Naongea.
Okay.
Very
Very much. My name is Peter. Area before. The first thing that you need to do is sensitize the church leaders, because there are times whereby other church leaders they think they seem to be holy to be talking about HIV and AIDS in the church. So number one, you need to tell them, to indicate to them that this thing is very much reality, so that if the reader comes and stand in front of the people, is that giving them the information, and everyone will be like, yeah, that's the correct way to go. Thank you very much.
So kitu inaweza kuwa imenini.
Any more submissions? Okay, I can see quite good number of hands going up. Titi?
On a laptop.
That from Livingstone, Southern Province. Just catching up with just make time and go into churches, talk to the youth when they're having their sessions, whatever they're called.
Computer.
Programs, for lack of a better word. So if peer educators can be given a chance to go into churches and talk to the youth, I think that might be best.
Which is the mic?
Thank you. All hands?
Which is the mic? This one?
being able to speak. So if you have your submission, it is very important to write it down. We are saying, how can we be innovative? Now we are faced with time constraints. So let's be innovative. If you feel like you have a point that is better, more helpful because it's already written down and it can be put in this position paper.
Atujana jendia ubandika bana. Atubambira mani ububi bani wa sigari legi. Alimu tuende utadilisi bantumbotulena watu wana utende malanga umatesi. Kama mtu gagenda no register la ishobora sistema bu. Inokutika mutamaburo ayikuno utagapimba tambaraje we. Mtu yitwa bagamoti mu tali humbi paite mu. So tolomba they want to support. Kaposo muri moso mu party bitagira grassroots. Pali marozi pata gira panjiri na marozi. No tutuberege ngabo tutandi okugwenya winiyo no tubuga turi bo tutsi bumbani. Amutwita musi kampo hinji tutayisa ino yindi. Imote byo tutemo ngo. So tujande ga yindi mu welesi. Ngaya ono microphone aratwali no bandika tujisitemo ndimo. Ulabandika ulabandika mote nioti ili bana. So twaramba utijibua mutatwambire mandike mbone mutupandi kutebito. Mtu alimu tuwange ibo ubona beho wambajana ai. Chimoti umaya uleayo amaya watu na mandike.
Thank you. I'll allow our mother to just say those for some of us who cannot understand Toga, who need to have a translation.
What he was saying is that as traditional leaders, you have to involve them. They are still behind you. They are the ones with people at the ground. So you have to involve them in such meetings so that they learn and go back and teach other people. In Tonga, they say, and then person can't put her or his own blanket. It's people who come and put that blanket on him. So you should involve them, invite them, you teach them, so that when they go back to the people, they will teach them and encourage the people to go for testing. That's what he was trying to say.
A round of applause for our Henna.
Okay, Maxwell. So I noticed that we've got young people who are really keen to speak. So this is what we are going to do, right? You are going to speak, you give your submission in 30 seconds. You also want people who are very time conscious. So in 30 seconds is up. Can we do like a little exercise? Can we have like a timekeeper? Right? Can we have a timekeeper? who wants to volunteer to become our timekeeper? Okay, so when you give the signal, it means your time is up, right? We say, honorable, your time is up. And please, you have to respect the flow. Okay? All right. So this side I have 1, 2, 3, 4. This side I have 1 hand. So the 5 of you are both giving you 30 seconds to speak. When the timekeeper gives you the signal, you know your time is up. All right?
Okay, I'll start from here.
Timekeeper, are we ready?
I feel the best way we can send information in rural areas is engaging traditional leaders in places where traditional dancers gather, especially us in Chandiza. When the nyaus are performing, there will be a lot of people there. So if you can distribute information and condoms in such places, we can reduce the high numbers of a new STIs transmission and pregnancies. Thank you.
Wow, this one is very time conscious. And if you have more submissions to that, please write it down. You see, these people are giving us submissions. We told you there are prices for submissions. So you guys are like, hey, we don't want to write, but please. You know, and if you want to deceive a black man, put it in writing, but you want to prove them wrong, we can write as well, right?
I've done that, but I have no pen and paper right now. So for me, it's two things. One, CSE. Very few people know about CSE. We need to share that information widely. Secondly, the infrastructure. I've been privileged to work in two districts, rural districts, in the past 2 years. There is no infrastructure where adolescents and young people can call their youth-friendly space. Privacy is not even there. So we need to work on that. Thank you. I hope my 30 seconds.
Thank you.
And please, put it in writing. Just find a paper and a pen somewhere. Put it in writing.
And please, when you write, please also write your name.
Yeah, put your name. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On youth-friendly services, it's not only about the nurses, it's about the facility. There's a guard there, there's a clerk there. All of these, they do need to be capacitated of what is youth-friendly service. We need a curricula for the nurses when they are going to the training. We should include this in their training, what is youth-friendly service. And another thing, to explain everything to the religious leaders and our parents, let's redefine sexual reproductive health. Let's redefine comprehensive sexuality education. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we've got a good time, keeper. Please keep it up. Yeah, under 30 seconds.
Maxwell, there were others who had raised their hand first. So we are going to respect that. But I'm from this side. She's really burning. So 30 seconds, Max.
Thank you very much. My name is Solanji from Lusaka. My recommendation is on the parents. Like, parents are the key in the homes of teaching their kids about HIV, but they don't do it because of their beliefs, their cultural beliefs. So they should understand that things are changing now, and they should teach their kids about this stuff. They should tell them and teach them the right way to go. And when it comes to churches, youths are the key in churches. So youths are supposed to engage themselves in activities that teach about SRHR. They should also put up posters that it should be clear to other people. Thank you.
I think it was a great, let her finish her point so that we should...
Maybe she can put it in writing. You remember, we want more people to write.
Okay.
Encouraging writers in the building.
Okay, my contribution is, I think we need to have like a subject in primary school which talks about the new infections or like HIV as a subject. I think that's my contribution.
Thank you. Titi, I would love to hear from our civic leaders, because many other times we are putting, I've heard so much of the recommendation coming from the health sector point of view, where we should train the nurses, there should be friendly services. I like the point that Steve gave where he talked about infrastructure. How is the CDF going to address issues pertaining to adolescent and young people sexual reproductive health. I want to hear what kind of opportunities can we, the young people, take advantage of in the civic space to address issues around HIV.
Okay, so before I hand it over, guys, we are really encourage you not to loiter around because I believe there's so many other young people who wanted to be here, but they couldn't get the chance that you guys are getting. So if you are here, please let's just be in this room and participate as much as we can. If the ushers find out that you're loitering a lot, I'm sorry to say, but you'll be sent home because you've denied another young person a chance wanted to be here. So let's please show that as young people, we're really serious, and when we mean business, we do business. Okay?
Great pleasure to be here once again. Our traditional leaders, members of the Zambia Youth Platform, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's always a pleasure to stand before you and speak on issues of particular importance, issues that really matter to the cause of young people, not only in Zambia but throughout the African continent. The HIV and AIDS pandemic came sometime in the late 1980s and swept out rapidly across Africa. Had a lot of our parents, grandparents, uncles, and aunties who lost their lives prematurely because of this disease. At the time, there was not enough treatment. At the time, there was not even enough, sensitization about the gravity of this particular disease. And when the moderator asked me about the component of how CDF can be of help in dealing with this particular challenge and plight, I realized that CDF is not the only way we can deal with it as leaders, and it's not the only way we can deal with it as young people. You see, for anything to be done, the independence of Africa to be done, young people did not operate in isolation. Young people did not have a conference once every 12 months. Young people did not have a conference once every 6 months. In fact, the young people in the 1960s who liberated Africa politically did not even have social media. They didn't even have emails. They just had to gather each other in whatever way they could, and they stood up for a cause. I see a lot of young, brilliant people in here, and I believe that the best way we are going to deal with it in terms of mobilizing resources from government, in terms of really achieving the goal of having no new HIV infections in this country by the year 2030, is by us working together intentionally, deliberately for a common cause. We've got young people in politics, we've got traditional leaders, we've got people in civil society, we've got people coming from the professional and corporate backgrounds. What is really binding us together as this cause? And the question and commitment we need to make at this particular Indaba is that what is our action plan going forward? Beyond and above the sponsorship from PEPFAR, beyond and above the sponsorship from the Ministry of Health, what deliberate steps are we going to take? I made mention yesterday that one thing that drives the supply of anything, whether it's resources, is a demand for it. So if we want to see more resources, whether it's from the Constituency Development Fund, whether it's from funds such as the national budget or the Ministry of Health budgetary allocation, if we want to see more resources going towards the treatment and prevention of HIV and AIDS, we need to demand for more. And the way we demand is through these platforms, through our social media, and we just need to make noise about it, because as a leader, young or old, I will only respond to what my people demand. If we're not seeing enough voices speaking out on this, then government after government will continue to turn a blind eye to this. And obviously that shouldn't be the case. So I think, number one, with the CDF, we do have many means and ways that we can deal with it. There's over 28.3 million kwacha allocated to each constituency for different causes, whether it's issues to do with helping health infrastructure, whether it's issues to do with preventive maintenance, all of that is in place. But beyond and above that, I want us to look beyond the CDF. Because I realized that when I became councillor in Chainda, I could not rely on government funds to develop that community. My community is very small geographically, but has a huge population, numbering over 70,000 people. And when you've got 70,000 people living in a small, densely populated place, problems don't end. And in order for us to strategize on how we could effectively deal with those problems, we realized that we could not strictly rely on government funds. So we sat down with our team and we made a strategy that, yes, we're going to go this route of applying for CDF and different grants from the government, but we're also going to market ourselves with the international community to come on board and support us. Most of the projects, 90% of the projects that I've done in my community, or that we've done by the grace of God in our community over the past 2 years, have come from international donors. International donors because we made a deliberate intention about marketing ourselves, marketing the cause that we stood for, marketing the cause for community development. So if we want to see a situation where we're really going to tap off and close off all the new HIV infections by 2030, the question is, what is our marketing strategy? How are we going to pull resources to this? What active strategy, what daily things are we doing, what weekly things, and what monthly things are we doing? What's our action plan? Beyond and above what the ministry is presenting, beyond and above what the international organizations are presenting, we ourselves who are directly or indirectly affected by this epidemic, what are we doing to make this difference? And I think when we begin to think in those lines, governments themselves will have to be forced to recognize you when you can manage to mobilize resources even from outside. Right now, we've got a grant from the United Nations to sponsor a multi-million-dollar project in China. That wasn't because of anything special that we put. We're not very different from any other communities. There's Kanyama, there's Chipata, there's Chadiza, there's all these different places. Why did we manage to get that grant? Because we were deliberate about it, we were deliberate about marketing ourselves. So I think my call on my fellow young people in this room is, let's be deliberate about marketing our campaign. Let's go beyond this Indaba, let's go beyond this particular meeting, and let's make noise about it until everyone in authority recognizes that this is a priority and this is where they need to put their money. Thank you.
Amazing. A round of applause. I will just look at, since you know we also have the online platform, would also like to read out the views and things that the online participants have for us today. So this one is coming from Timothy Kavandama, and he says, "By youth, prevention is there. Buy a condom, and surely we can and will close the tap to this animal called HIV, and it must go by force by youth." All right, and you know the amazing thing about the CDF is it's an income generating intervention by the government, and this is a deliberate intervention by the government to ensure that we have access to our social and economic needs. And then Chisenga Chilufia says, as we look at youth-friendly services in closing the tap for new HIV infections, we must also use an all-inclusive approach in our planning language, in planning our language differently to enable young people and also our health facilities who lack people like sign language interpreters. And this is something that has really, really come out. So if you are thinking, how can we relate ending new HIV infections and relating it to the CDF? I'm going to give you an example. How many of us know Yango in Zambia? We know Yango, right? And we know Oyendo. So if you can write a proposal to say, I will be using Yango to deliver condoms or to people that need the condoms, or to deliver PrEP to clients that are already on PrEP, but they don't have time most of the time to go to the health facility. So they can order it online. So Yango include health aspects. They have Yango Eat, Yango Delivery, right? They include the health aspect. A client can click on it and order condoms. Then when they order the condoms, you as the driver who delivers those condoms, you go and take those condoms and you'll be paid to do what? For delivery. Then you'll be giving back. You'll be generating income, but also helping to close the tap to new HIV infections.
Ida, when you look at social media is so blazing. Let me read this comment from Zipozi Kosi, who says, let us not have, is here? Oh,
yes,
nice. Yes. Good to see you. Hope I pronounced your name correctly. Yeah. Let us not push to have specific youth-friendly spaces. Rather, put advocacy should be that we have every space, service provision, facility being youth-friendly. That way, we will have less work pushing young people to access SRHR services. To our parents, you know, we call ourselves the millennials, not the BBC, born before computers. You know, there's this world that is happening on social media. You know, today it's easy for hookups to happen because of the phone. Yeah? Am I lying? Our parents, should I spill the beans? utilize Facebook in a way that it teaches people the best way to HIV prevention. These are the solutions we want to hear. Apart from that, not everyone is on Facebook. Not everyone has a smartphone. How are we going to reach my friends in Marcha? How are we going to reach my friends in Vokwe? How are we going to reach my friends in Sioma, Mwanti? I was privileged to travel all 10 provinces of Zambia, and I came to realize that Lusaka has good opportunities. Our friends, they do not even have an office where they can meet to have discussions around sexual reproductive health. Our friends do not even have an office to call the youth-friendly space. They only call a youth-friendly space meeting when they hear Cytus is coming, when they hear ZYP is coming, when they hear a visitor is coming. But we don't want such situation. Sorry about that. We don't want such situations. We want whatever is happening in Nola is what should be happening in Marcha. Whatever is happening in Marcha, it's the same thing happening in Mwanti, Mansa, and Musa. Leaving no one behind. I've seen a hand which has been so ready to respond.
While we wait for the hand to respond, I'll just read out the recommendation from Lumba Kalia, and she says, when we're having World AIDS Day, I guess we can go door to door in our areas to give access to those who cannot attend the clinic and hospital, to give them an opportunity to get tested and counseled within the comforts of their home. This will even make adolescents attracted to the work we are doing as youths and would like to attend the youth-friendly spaces. Thank you so much to Lumba, and thank you so much to Zimpo. I'm so sorry, I hope I pronounced that correctly. So the previous commenter is actually in our midst. Can I see your hand? If he's here, I'm sure he's going to be. Yes, he's there. So he's in here, but he's also participating on the online platform. You can actually do the same. Participate physically and also participate on the online platform, so that even if we don't get a chance to be picked, we can always read out your comment. And Imate Bruno Nyame says, we're having honest conversations, but we still remain untrue to ourselves. We can trade our values for minute pleasure, for a place at the table, and we can easily part with our sport and life. Individualized mentorship programs should be developed with deliberate focus, with emphasis on the girl child. Girls are most vulnerable and susceptible to fall prey to the common vices prevailing in universities. Thank you so much, Bruno Nyambe.
My name is Ataona Kamanga. My recommendation would be: is it possible if we can have Adolescent Health Week included in the calendar? The same way we have Child Health Week. I feel like it's going to be easier to reach out to everyone, and no one will be left behind, because information will be spread to the district health office, and then it will be decentralized to the facilities. Within that week, adolescents, even in rural areas that do not have such an opportunity to come here, will be able to access information, even healthy services.
Can we give a round of applause, please?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Enoch Karimwe from Sioma. I am of the view that we need to employ the holistic approach to address these issues affecting the young people, In so doing, I have heard quite a lot of contributions talking about the church, and I want to dwell my point on that as well. This is the way we can penetrate the churches that are seemingly or perceived to be so difficult to penetrate, when in fact not. The fact is that we are only talking of not having the penetration in the churches because the people that we should have involved at first are not the real people that we involved. And we are at a time when this thing was indeed passing a lot, we would have involved these people so that they come on board at an early stage. However, I believe that change is the process, and because it is the process, we still have that ample time to engage the churches. In these churches, we have got so many departments. You would find that all of us in here, we have got churches where we are coming from, but we do not hold, probably, in some cases, we do not even hold any influencing positions in that particular church. And we hold those positions outside the churches. And that's where now we are having that privilege of being trained in such kind of work activities. Now, here is the thing. I am a leader, or let's take for instance, I am a leader of a certain group in church that the church has assigned me. Should you take me to, should you train me in understanding what CSE is? Do you think I can deny my fellow young people an opportunity to have the same knowledge that I'm having? So we should have this holistic approach by not only engaging the pastors. The pastors might have only a limited time to speak about it, but I engage more frequently with my other young people, unlike the pastor does. So why are you leaving me outside the box? Why are you leaving me outside the box and like ushering me into a league where I'm supposed to play? I think that's where now the beginning point should start, and we'll be able to penetrate the church. Thank you very much.
Let's make some noise for our online platforms. We have our online participants. We have 14 online participants. These are watching us live. RAHi! RAHi! So we have a recommendation from Caritas Mvula, and it says the program should be more inclusive and have no age limit. This is a huge number of people with disabilities who do not have knowledge on HIV and AIDS because of miscommunication and lack of resources in the past. So putting an age limit leaves out many other people who want to learn as well. So we have so many comments, and the other one from Zachariah Mpwanga says, this is Zachariah Mpwanga II, as we try to bridge the information gap between adolescents and parents, it is very important to keep our parents with new information on their fingertips. As we know, new information about HIV is being brought up every minute. So giving them new information will help them to communicate with us effectively. Now that is very, very important because there's a gap that has developed and continues to exist between parents and their children. Why children don't want to go to their parents to tell them what is happening in their lives. And then Peter Nyambidi says, AIDS does not only affect the hearing community, but also the disability community. Therefore, we youths need to accommodate people with disabilities in our organizations so that they can help us reach out to persons with disabilities. In this way, we can prevent our brothers and sisters from acquiring HIV infections in the country. Caritas also says, if you keep waiting for textbook conditions, they will never occur. It's up to us to make a difference. If we keep looking at higher officials to help us every now and then, we will be waiting for Jesus as well. Honestly, let's try to practice what we preach and do what we say. It ends with you and I. What can we do about it to stop the stigma and discrimination? Can we say don't discriminate, but we do that to ourselves? Let's change our behaviors towards HIV and AIDS, and we can see change in our world. Jennifer Amanda Nyambe says, make use of social media influencers to get the message out there. And also the need for specifically trained people to deal with adolescents at community and national level. Young people to be more involved and fully participate in the activities, because if we don't, as young people don't put in effort, we will not be the best of our abilities, but nothing will be done. You can mobilize people and go for outreach programs, of course, with proper guidance. And that's very, very important. Guidance so that you understand language sensitivity. Even as you go into the community, you might unknowingly discriminate someone while you are trying to reach out to them. So I see a hand in our audience. Okay, just a second. Titi, can you get the mic? While we wait for... Okay, yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Anabushi.
my thoughts on how we can help parents share or rather understand more about HIV or other diseases and how they can have the information. What do you think of having maybe a ZWP, like Zambian Women platform? If we can have a group like this for women only, so that they can learn more, and because it's not every parent that has a conversation with the child. So if we can gather women who are pregnant, like their antenators, if we can do that in the other way of teaching the women who are not pregnant, if we teach them more, give them more information about what's happening in the community, I think that can really help on how parents can handle their kids at home. Thank you.
Quite a lot of insight coming out from these discussions, coming from, I like the proposal of having an adolescent and young persons week. Because imagine the way we celebrate Child Health Week, we take services where to the community. Imagine having that the whole country celebrating the same event the whole week. It's one of the submissions that has caught my attention. Not also forgetting the recent recommendation which has just come in. The rate of HIV infection is much higher in women and young men and adolescent girls. Proposed interventions have been put, but what are we going to do? I want us to take ownership as young people. Many other times this program will come to us, interventions will come to us, but are we taking ownership to it? Are we up to the task to it? Or is it a situation where I only go to the health facility when I'm not feeling well? So we need interventions everywhere. It can be at school, it can be at church, it can be in the community. It can be in these salons, barbershops. You know? There's a guy called thing, we guys, there's a guy called thing whereby, okay, if I've got pressure, if I'm gonna stomach hey, manje was mine. Yeah. It's that kind, already you can tell that women, they've got that natural connection. How can you utilize those opportunities to talk about such issues, to raise awareness? Either.
And thank you so much. We'll just read a few more comments from the online platform. A few more comments from the online platform. And as we wait for the comments, we'll be wrapping up our session right about now, so that we go right into the next session, which is on social accountability. So Stephen Chikwa Jr. says, someone said something about attitude of service providers. Service providers need to have their capacities built. These recommendations only end here. Providers are not privy to all these challenges. Trainings should be done for these providers buying their academic trainings. Harrison, the poet, and also the videographer, says, it is very easy for a young person to open up to a fellow peer. Let us focus much on introducing and developing community youth hubs that could be a safe space for young people to meet their opportunities, get SRHR services, and advance their learning capacity. This is very important. And I'm going to just add on this. It's important that you continue reading and researching, because information changes every day. You hear this, you hear that. So also invest in your own capacity by reading. Don't so much wait on someone to come and input in you, but also invest in your very own capacity. So right about now, we'll end this session. And I'm so glad. This was the most interesting and interactive session.
RAHi, we still have burning issues. Please write them down. Please write them down. How many, by raise of hands, how many are burning issues?
Only 2.
By the raise of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 30 seconds. Deal or not deal?
Down, you have 30 seconds to give your recommendation.
Not deal.
Well, I hope I'll be able to say what I want to say in 30 seconds.
But my recommendation mainly goes to us young people, especially young people living with HIV. Let us take it upon ourselves first to adhere and be able to disclose our statuses and also stick to one sexual partner. Because the lifestyle that I have seen of young people living with HIV in Lusaka, they have the mentality of, I don't want to die alone. Hence, they engage in a lot of sex, not knowing that they're exposing themselves to reinfection and probably might end up defaulting on their medication. So, in order for us to close this tab, it's up to us to take the lead. Even when it comes to our parents, we should be able to open up to our parents. Let's take the step and show our parents that we trust them. They are our first friends, if anything. So we should be able to take that leadership role, to take that step. Let us join the WDCs. Let us find ways to attend TWGs, technical working groups in our various districts. When we start from there, I think we'll eventually close the tabs.
30 seconds. So, one recommendation as we go back, let's ensure we revamp the unaids clubs in schools. Back then, we had unaids clubs. They were so active. Nowadays, they're no longer active. It's not every time we go, we sensitize. It won't be easy that way. But if we lay a foundation, we leave the ball into their hands. Even as we leave, those activities will still be taking place in schools. Let's revamp unaids clubs. Thank you.
So according to the reports that were shown by MOH, Ministry of Health and UNAIDS, they're showing that the people that are coming out the most with HIV infections with gaps are young women and adolescents. And that's because women, we manage to go to the health facilities, but there's a gap that's also missing. We are not creating interventions for adolescent boys and young men. So you find like for example, Dreams focuses a lot on adolescent girls and young women. Can there be an intervention that can be created to focus a lot on?
Because we might think that girls, of adolescent girls and young women, but it's the health-seeking behaviors that women have. We like going to the facility to get checkups and many other reasons, but are our male counterparts doing the same? Thank you so much, Tommy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ziambo Kundani. My recommendation is that as we go back to our areas, in our youth-friendly spaces, let's not forget to talk about body autonomy to our adolescents. What I mean is, let's tell our adolescents to say body autonomy means you've got power over your own body. Then body integrity means you choose who to touch you, when and where. And if you are involved in sexual activities, since some can abstain, let them have the power to decide the kind of sex they want to have. And the other thing is that let's also invite our traditional leaders or community leaders in these spaces, because that's when we discuss serious issues in relation to sector like SGBV. If you don't talk about GBV in our friendly spaces and we focus on sexual matters, our adolescents will not have information about GBV, and they will be abused without reporting such cases. This is my recommendation. Thank you.
All right, my name is Thelma from Zimbabwe. My recommendation is that we have to have correct information dissemination. There was a gap I identified that there are some youths who are spreading the wrong messaging. And as long as we are not spreading the correct messaging, there will always be a gap, and the problems that are identified will keep on persisting. So please, at least if you empower one youth in the community, even if it's an elder, even if it's the leaders, with the correct information, you are empowering the whole community. So please, let's focus on the message that we are sending to
others out there. Thank you.
We'll get one more comment from the gentleman at the far back there.
I believe I had 5 hands. I had 5 hands. When I asked,
Counting.
I counted 5 hands.
We'll have one last one. Just to equalize the gender. I am negotiating. This is what we call
Please write it down.
negotiation.
I know there are 2 hands. There's one from the other side and one from that. Please write it down because time is not with us. Our other groups outside are waiting for us to come in. But before we close the session, as the other group is coming, please be mindful that we are soon to have our colleague from Comoros. There's a survey which is happening that they'll come and tell us more about it. Something interesting that involves with the young people. So let us honestly write or feel or do whatever it is in a whole honest manner. At this point in time, I throw it back to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Guys, first of all, let's make some noise for ourselves. You guys are brilliant! RAHi! No. Okay, one more time. RAHi! Like, honestly, you guys are brilliant, and I'm seeing all these issues that you are bringing out. I'm like, wow. So the knowledge is actually in the community. We've actually beaten that saying. I think Titi said it. He said, if you want to hide knowledge or anything from a black man, put it in the book. But what I don't know is if it actually lives in our heads. A round of applause for ourselves. And while we wait for our friends from the breakout sessions and other sessions, is it okay if we can just have a little bit of some music, just for a few seconds, just to energize and get back in the mood? Is that okay? Is that okay? So, anyone to suggest a song? I know we don't want me to play Chalo Chalo. Okay, that is Game Changer by Flavor. Should we play Game Changer? Are we going to dance? Let us dance so that our online platform, our participants, who also take part in the dancing. DJ, hit the dance floor. We are playing as Game Changer by Flavor. I need to see participants leading the dance because me, my legs are left, both of them are left. I can't dance. Waiting on the DJ. Okay, so while we wait on our DJ, I'm sure you can see the QR codes on the walls. We have some there, back. Please answer the questions that we've given. So that's just the survey to ask us about youth engagement in some of these programs and how we can participate as adolescents and young people from various places. But also, don't forget, outside we have booths and also have service providers. So if you want to say, you're from Zimbabwe, I did a test in Zambia, I did an HIV test in Zambia, or I'm from Northwestern Province and I got tested in Lusaka. You know, if you want, actually what we can do is you can go to service at any time when we are out of here, and then you can hashtag and say, I got tested in Lusaka, I got tested in Zambia, and where you are from, so that we just keep the ball rolling, we keep on interacting and engaging. So this is what DJ is still waiting on you. While I wait for the DJ, am I not having participants to come and join me in front? We're playing Game Changer. I know you're ready to dance. Taonga, there's nothing for refusing. I'm seeing you refuse there. You see, let it play. You like it. You want me to give you money? Money. I can give you 1/4. I can give you 1/4.
While we wait, guys, what's the name of our counselor? The counselor that has been with us, giving us all this information. What's his name? Anyone knows his name? If you get his name correct, I'm taking a picture with him. You don't want pictures, you guys. He's flipping leaders. Patrick,
I think he's a person.
if you are listening to what you were saying yesterday, when you were having the session with the civic leaders, no, not you. You're not. He said something like he was like, at this age, I went to this school, and then I was elected to be president of that school, which is the University of Lusaka. Who remembers the age that you mentioned? Nice. So how old was he? How old when he went? Was it to UNILAS? I don't know which school. Yes, yes.
He was 18 and he was elected as the president at 19.
DJ, play the song so that we dedicate it to her. She's got the answer correct. Yes, Laura.
No, just one. There's one. Which one was it? Davido. You want to play the available? Yes. Which one? I don't know them. You need to tell me. And the volume, the DJ is so stingy on the volume. They won't understand. Volume is good.
Guys, stand up. Let's stand.
Can you say?
DJ. Kwame knows the dance. I don't know when she wants to come and teach us.
Is that one? And I didn't know.
You know the song, but then you didn't know it. Mhm.
Which one? Come down. Oh, okay. Once they are there, also this day, if I know it. Yes. Right. Okay, I know it. Yes. I people also just thinking, which one is yours? Or the one that says, just tell me exactly here. So, just that it's yes, just like which one here? Yes, I'm going for them, we can't let them. Can't let them. Oh, you know them, I saw you. But it's not specifically looking for this one. I don't know the title, so I don't know. Kilimanjaro. Yes, Kilimanjaro is nice. Do you know this one? This one? Okay, we just that time. There's so many that you can there's our there's this one from Ghana. Yes, when you get the title, I just catch up with people sing. Is it? Ah, yeah, 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 something. Let's say, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. That's fine. But there's so many though. But find another one.
Are you taking me out today? Okay. Okay.
This one. People. This one. The way this one starts. Huh? How does it? I don't know. But it just remember human. Which one do you want?
Billionaire by 10. No,
Maybe I've had it, but
I want to be billionaire by 10. Right.
this
Put it in it.
the one that you are doing is an audio. Yeah, there's no video. They're only reels on TikTok or dancing. So there's this
The audio might not be good with all that.
this TikTok doesn't have a video. What is this one? Oh, it's not this one.
Go to the next one.
Yeah, I want to go to the next song. I want us to play tennis.
Yeah.
Which one?
Billionaire.
Do you know it? Okay, I hope you do. It's very nice, actually. When we see people are not dancing, we are switching their song. Now we are like, not sing.
Look for those.
Okay, hope we're having a good time. So, as our colleagues are coming back, if everything is alright, all of us who are in here, I would ask first row, second row, third row, fourth row, go and get your tea break. Up to here, where I'll be standing. Up to here. All these people here in front, please go get your tea break. In the room, just right. Titi, can you help me just ensure that people are going, not those coming in going to the tea break, but those that way.
Hi, boy, I'm
Thank you.
tired. This has been a hectic 3 days, please.
DJ, Mr. DJ.
Hi, Maxwell.
This is a limbo.
Ni live document. So
Watu wanaedit.
moja inaenda kuadiwa. But nini hapa? Sasa wewe watu wako
Okay, remove that. You can remove that.
BJ. BJ, you're fired.
it's here.
Wait, I want to. What's wrong with that one? No, let me search again. I did next.
So please.
Thank you. Huh? DJ.
So if anyone has please go ahead. Is everyone if you haven't had your tea yet, please do so now because they want to close.
That's what like for your registration and blah blah blah. Just a minute, just a minute. I'll play. I mean, wait, the picture.
One announcement. So for those who are assigned, they are supposed to give a presentation for what happened in the different groups. Could you please just come up front and you guys will play your music. So those who are assigned, please just come up front.
All those outside, please come in. We are running out of time. All those outside, we are waiting for you. All those outside, we are waiting for you. Once you have time, I'll tell you exactly. All those outside, please, we need you inside. If you know you're outside, you're supposed to be inside, please come inside. We're about to start. All those outside, if you know you're supposed to be inside, please find your way inside.
All those outside, please. Those outside, we are waiting for you. Okay, teacher. Thank you. So, for all those that are outside, RAHi, RAHi, RAHi. Give me R, give me R, give me A, give me A, give me H, give me H, give me I, give me I. What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? Thank you. I believe everyone has had a snack or tea, which is very good. And if not, please find your way. But I'm sure, I believe that everyone has had something to eat. At this point in time, with not wasting much of your time, I would like to invite my colleague from Coparos just to come and give in us a few insights on the survey that is going to take place as soon as possible. As they are done, please ensure you have a pen and paper. It is important that during the end of today, everyone should have something to take home. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Great. I'm Dr. Newton Dokola. I'm from corporate Zambia. You guys, for the past 3 days, have been enjoying a very important event. We've got to give feedback to our civic leaders and government representatives on things that we want to be changed with regards to adolescent health and our life in general as adolescents. So today, I'm presenting to you guys another opportunity to become the change you want to see. As Corporate Zambia, we're partnering with the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health, PMNCH, on a campaign called the 1.8 billion What Young People Want campaign. On this campaign, Zambia has been selected to present over 50,000 responses on what we want to be changed in our lives with regards to adolescent health and well-being. So, I don't know if Natasha is in the room. So we have survey forms just right there that we're going to distribute across the whole room. And would like everyone here. This survey targets people between 10 to 24 years of age. 10 to 24. So we would like to have each one of us that is within this age range write down. The question on the survey forms is very simple and it reads as follows. To improve my well-being, I want, and then you will complete, right, with bullet points. What do you want to improve your well-being? These responses, once collected, will be shared with our civic leaders at national level and at global level during our summit in October. So we'd like you guys to participate and share what your true concerns are, and let's become the change we would like to see. So my friend and my colleague and I will be distributing the forms around the room. Take your time to respond honestly, and then find a way to bring the forms to us. So you can just raise up your hand and we'll come to you and collect the forms. Is that clear, or are there any questions? You who are above what? No, it's for 10 to 24. So if you're above 20, you're still inclusive. Or if you work with adolescents and you know what their needs are, in some capacity, then you can include them. But this is targeting adolescents and young people, 10 to 24 years of age. Is that clear? Is that clear? All right, thank you very much. Thank you. So let us take time to give
giving the feedback in those forms that will be distributed across the room. And all those that were assigned to giving feedback from various groups please sit on the table in front. Please sit on the other table in front. And I'll ask my colleague Adolescent. I want to see who a modern woman is or who a modern girl is. If you've got a chitenge, na papa tai, apamakolo mande bazati yona toke abana ama nyamula vite. If you've got a chitenge, tipe pa why? Tifuna uchisebe zako tizakubwezerana. Muzaona kwa Annie, you can see Annie should be starting by the door there. Please, if you've got a chitenge, we just want to use it for a minute and then we'll give it back to you. You can see Annie. Thank you. So all those that were assigned to giving feedback from the breakout sessions, I'm kindly requesting you that you come back to our table in front. RAHi? RAHi? How many are excited for today? How many are excited for today? Show me some excitement. Show me some excitement. Kama nikakabati na 1,000 ndio pasa. Nipeza kama mtapunda. How many are ready for 1,000? That's the energy I want. Okay. So before our tea break, we had breakout rooms where we discussed various issues. And in our group, it was very interesting and heated. For those who are not in our group, I'm not giving feedback, I'm just giving some insights on what really happened. We had the traditional leadership. Yes, we are boastful to say that we had the headmen during our discussion, including the civic leaders, the area councillor, the mayor, the health practitioners, the Ministry of Health, and we, the young people. We had a full conversation that hands could not rest. They still wanted to bring in more issues and recommendations towards finding solutions in ending the new HIV infection. I'll pick randomly. Whoever answers wins something. Whoever answers picks what? I'll pick randomly. What is this Indaba steam? Okay? Yeah. I'll pick randomly. I asked, what is the theme for this Indaba?
Closing the tap through meaningful engagement, leadership, and innovation.
Is it the theme? No, it is the theme. Yes, closing the tap for what? New HIV infection. Isn't it? Another question? Okay. What is the name of the AD of Zambia platform? What is the name of the ED of the Zambia platform? Mr. Marambo. Marambo is not emotion. Mr. Marambo. I want the full names. Okay? Welcome, Mr. Marambo. Marambo back. Siwu Maram. Correct. See me for a gift. Another question. Huh? No, he mentioned Sibu Malabo. Hashtag prevention is? Prevention is? Prevention is? Who can give me 2 types of prevention methods that we can use as young people not to contract HIV? I have to see that. One?
Abstinence.
Randomize.
Adherence to treatment.
Oh, there's one I'm looking for. There's one I'm looking for.
Repu and
I only needed one. And you've mentioned it. PrEP. Aye. PrEP is a game changer. It's a game changer for young people. See my man? Tika ndokumana umatiakano. Stika zelevinga chitigai. The best solution is PrEP. Tell me three methods of PrEP. What kind of methods do we have for PrEP?
TOD.
3 types of PrEP.
Pills.
Oral. I want hands. Oral. There's another? Okay.
Injectable.
Injectable. Inango. I can't appeal. Injectable. Inango. A PrEP? A PrEP ring. That is that with a PrEP ring. Hey. And they don't know. How many know what a PrEP ring is? How many know what the PrEP ring is? No, don't be shy. We are here to learn. Right? How many do not know what a PrEP ring is? Wait a minute. Wait. Elisa. Amanda. Come. It's good that we understand the various types, the various methods which are there. Aye.
Okay, so there are 3 types of PrEP. Can you hear me? So there are pills. Then there's a PrEP ring which hasn't yet, they haven't started using it. And then we have the injectable. So for the PrEP ring, it's who has seen the female condom in here? Yes. So a female condom should come into your mind when you hear of a PrEP ring. So for a PrEP ring, will only be used, it will only apply for the females and not the males. But for pills, they apply for both females and males. And then when equally for the injectables. So for the injectables and the PrEP ring, they haven't yet started using them. Apparently, the only PrEP you can access in any healthy facility are the pills. But again, I just wanted to air out one thing. Not everyone is eligible to access PrEP. Only those at substantial and high risk are eligible to access PrEP.
Thank you. So, we can be talking prevention is big. We need to understand what comes with what? Prevention. Aye. We need to understand what comes with what? Prevention. Currently, what you and I can go access now is the pills, huh? But currently, Zambia has been selected one of the countries to be using the injectable PrEP. Who can tell me the name of the injectable PrEP? Who can tell me the name of the injectable prep? Are you able to stand? Are you able to stand and say the name? Yeah. I don't know what mine is. Yeah. Cupcake, Jizungu icho.
It's called cabotegravir. Pronunciation is different, but pronouncing it as cabotegravir.
So the new injectable drug, the name is cabotegravir. Okay? Cabotegravir, or easily known as Cab-LA. Zameka? Cab-LA. Hi. So this is an injection, like the way contraceptives work, huh? Right? Kabulasa. You come in after, is it 2 months? It depends, yeah? So we also have to understand why are we saying prevention is big. During the meeting, we have learned that adolescent girls and young women, when you look at the statistics, these are the population that are at high, even not even high risk. The rates are so high in new HIV infections. So as we wrap up our Indaba today, we have to think of our brother, our sister, our cousin, our uncles, our aunties. I've loved the submission that have come through. We should not only focus on young women, girls, or adolescent girls' interventions. Let us not forget the young boys and the men. Because it's everyone that is in for this fight, isn't it? So, RAHi, RAHi. I'll mention a province, you just scream up the top of your voice. When I say Northwestern, you scream. Lusaka, you scream. Mbola, Bandola, Wakitwe, Wakopala, Balusaka, Basouthern, La Western, La Luapula, La Mansa, La Northern, La Northwestern. We are in the room. Baku Zimbabwe, Badimo. Baku Botswana, Badimo. Baku Kenya, Badimo. Yeah, those are the energies we want. So, it has been a good 3 days of interactions, of solution finding, of brainstorming, and I hope we have utilized the time being at this Indaba to network. I believe everyone has gotten a number to network. I can confess no one has approached me to say, no, Maxi, this and that in terms of work. If you want to learn what I do, let's have a conversation. That's how we learn. Let us take advantage of the resources that we have here. We've got the adolescent focal point persons from Southern Province. We've got our colleagues from the ministry. Yeah, nice. I'm challenged here now. In this challenge, I'm also passing it to everyone. In this challenge, thank you very much. I'm challenged that during my free time, I should find time to interact with the deaf. And this challenge cannot only come to me. I'm telling it to everyone in the room. Let us find time to interact with our colleagues. Let us find time to learn how we are going to just learn the basic sign language. I think they deserve a round of applause. Again. Can I confess how many have managed to interact with our colleagues who are deaf? How many have managed in this room? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
So look,
It's good that we network and interact. And believe me, I'll come and have a conversation with you. You will teach me until I learn something before. Isn't it? As we forge ahead with our program, I believe it's about time where we are excited to give in all our recommendations from all the provincial health indabas we had up to today. All the way from Eastern Province down to Western Province, up north, northern, down to Livingston. We've been to all provinces in Zambia. We have gotten the voices, the recommendations, and the complaints that we've received from the grassroots, including here at our Adolescent Regional Health Indaba, where we have seen recommendations from the region, and these recommendations will be put in together as a position paper that will be handed over. The good news is to be handed over not only to Ministry of Health, but also to the policy makers. And I'm lucky and happy to say that this position paper will reach as far as the highest authority in the Ministry of Health, as they have declared interest and support that we should have district indabas, and hopefully by 2025 we should have one indabas. Titi.
Thank you so much, Maxwell. So just as we are going about with our program at this point, we would like to invite those who have been tasked within their groups to just give a brief summary, 5 minutes for each group, just to tell us some of the recommendations that came out from the breakaway sessions. And colleagues who are in the back, as we are filling the forms that we are filling, could you also please pay attention and try as much as we can to focus. So at this moment, I'm inviting whichever group is ready. Please, the representative, can you come up front? Okay, so I believe that we had groups, right? And within our groups, we came up with different recommendations. So we had people who were in here who were doing civil leaders, and we also had another breakout room whereby there were students in those groups. So those people who were tasked with giving us an overview of what they discussed in the group. If you're not in front yet, could you just please sit there and just give us 5 minutes of an overview or summary? Okay, so let's give it up for those who are in the peer education group.
RAHi. Iwe RAHi. All right, coming from the peer education group, my name is Viko Linkaongwa. So I'm just going to give a brief summary of what we talked about. And this consists of number 1, the recommendations, the roles as which peer educators play, and also the self-accountability strategies. To start with, I'm going to start with the roles that us peer educators play in the HIV programming. So number 1, we create demand for HIV testing, which is outreach programs, sexually comprehensive messages, and community mobilization. So any information that needs to be disseminated to community members who are adolescents, as peer educator, we are there to do so. The second one I'm going to give out is to manage support to those who are on art. Speaking as a peer educator from UTH, we surely do support those who are on art. We make sure that we encourage them to adhere so that they can be undetectable and they might and transmit the infections to others. The third one is to manage young people who are to get tested. So we make sure that we encourage those who do not know their statuses yet to get tested. Even in here, I'm working as a peer educator. I'm encouraging everyone who's in here to make sure that if you don't know your status, may you please go outside. There are booths there and get tested. I'm now going to the recommendations. So now we've outlined the rules, and now I'm talking about the recommendations of what we would love as peer educators for ourselves. Number one, refresher trainings. For myself, I can't even remember, it has been, I think, 3 years ever since I was trained, if not 4 to 5. And from then till now, I just research for myself just to be updated with information. So as peer educators, we have to be given that opportunity to be updated and informed. Thank you. So I'll give my friend to elaborate more about that.
Okay, so my name is Melinda Sextus. So on the refresher training, we said most of us peer educators, we're all talking about PrEP. In answering. So we need refresher trainings specifically even on PrEP because we don't know how to deliver this information.
All right, thank you. About the refresher trainings again, we would love them to be well planned by the staff in the facilities. They should also include us peer educators as they will be planning for the same refresher courses. So that we should be knowing as peer educators, we should be preparing for ourselves that on such and such a date we'll be having a refresher course. The second point on recommendation is tools for data collection. We are living in a modern world. Everything is digital, and we still about our gadgets like phones, tablets, to go on laptops, and so on and so forth. Yes, that was my second point. And my third point is funding allocations. So funding allocations, there should be a policy that stipulates at least a minimum amount of funding. There are times whereby, as peer educators, you just work and then now today you get this much of amount. The other time, they are not consistent. So they should be at least a minimum, not a standard, but a minimum. If they should say peer educators should get this, it should be a minimum. If they want to put more, we are very grateful. Yes. And the last one is self-accountability strategies. What do we pledge as peer educators? What are we going to do if the recommendations has been taken into notice? Number one, we pledge to maintain the number of people that we have given our services to. For an example, I'm coming from an art clinic where I work as a peer educator. So I might say those art patients that were enrolled, the art adolescents, we'll make sure as peer educators that we maintain the number and enroll more. And the other thing is that if the recommendations have been observed and taken into notice, we'll make sure that we'll give data that is proven accurate once the tools, the gadgets I was talking about arrives. Thank you.
Okay, so we also discussed that we need to be speaking out on digital platforms, knowing that a lot of youths
use media these days. So we said if we could have more videos or movies that talk about SRHR that are friendly and interesting, like Tikule, if there are more of that, there'll be more sensitization to the youths. And then we said billboard messages also. We see a lot of billboard messages on businesses, but we don't have that for SRHR. Like on a facility, you won't find a billboard which is placed for PrEP or maybe teenage pregnancy. We don't have such billboards. So if there can be billboard messages to sensitize youths, it would be better. And then we also talked about that how the way peer educators disseminate this information to young people. We discovered that more peer educators are more on the numbers than how we distribute that information or how we deliver that message. We'll go out with our community outreaches. We'll just be giving out condoms because of the names that we must take, but we don't know how to tell people to say this is how you wear it accurately. And apart from you taking PrEP, you also need to avoid sexual transmitted diseases like the other STIs apart from HIV. And then this is what we talked about. We also said that there must be a policy to protect peer educators against these focal point persons, especially when we are questioning on the data, because mostly when we are from the field and we want to question our focal point persons, others, the way we question them, they would feel intimidated and will not put you in other programs. So they would say, uya mafunza maningi. So in the next outreach, so they must be a policy to protect peer educators. Thank you so much.
Lovely submissions right there. I think I like the point and the fact on making sure that as peer educators, we are also acknowledged for the work that we do within our communities, and also making sure that if we have recommendations, probably sometimes yes, that's why we are saying sometimes the top bottom approach won't work, because probably yes, you've designed the program and then we notice that this is not resonating well with what's happening in our communities. I think it would be very innovative if we just take into consideration some of the feedback and ensure that whatever we do reflects on the needs of young people. So I'm also going to invite someone from the civic leaders group. In our group, we are very privileged to have some traditional leaders here with us, as well as some religious leaders. So I'll just invite you, and as she's coming up, could we just please show her some love? Civic leaders, come on.
Good morning. Memory Kawombeka, representing civic leaders. So the recommendations that we brought out were that youth-friendly corners should be revised, whereby allow leaders to be part of our meetings and also our parents to be part of the meetings so that they can be able to be helped out. And we also talked of come up with a date which will be called Adolescent Youth Day on the calendar, whereby whenever we are taking things like the one that we have for Child Health Week, where they take some GBV, is it, what's this? Polio and everything. So we want that date to be taken out, to be put on the calendar so that we can also be able to take some family planning and other things. And also the pills and the drugs, yes. So we also talked of, we teach our church leaders about the same drugs and everything so that they can be able to be able to give us that part of their church programs so that we can go and teach them about the importance of the HIV infections, so that we can be able to reduce and close the tap together. And also we talked of teaching the leaders, teaching the traditional leaders. We need to go and train them and teach them about importance and how we can close the tap together with the youths so that whenever we go in their community, they won't be there to deny us to do that. And also, we also talked about mobilizing the community. We need to go and mobilize about the importance of closing the tap, and also about the drugs and how they should be adhered to medications. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, good submissions happening there, right? Let us not forget to see, let's see what our online platform colleagues are saying. I hear we have some comments coming in from our online platform. Yeah, as we wait for the students, do you have a representative from the students? Oh, okay, perfect. Maybe you can have a seat as we are waiting for some online comments to come through. We see what our online colleagues have been saying. RAHi! You know, it's exciting. As I was just walking in, someone just stops me to say, Max, there's a research we did as adolescent girls and young women. Can you give me 10 minutes to present? I was like, if you can make it 5, I'll be better. So I'm trying to see if we can have, Titi, we have some comments coming through. Wow.
Okay, so we have a comment from Elizabeth Mulia, and she says, I would like to say organizations, employers, or workers must promote awareness of HIV/AIDS in deaf communities, as well as HIV/AIDS education material like books, pamphlets, etc., that are designed in sign language. This will help a lot of young people with hearing impairments to prevent HIV and AIDS in the community. So that's Elizabeth Mulea. We would like to just thank all those who are participating online, and we encourage you to keep the comments coming. And we also have Farai Magi Hachintu, and they say condom use is the only way to prevent sexually transmitted HIV infection in teenage pregnancy. Very few adolescent girls use family planning services to prevent their first pregnancies, but not sexually transmitted infections. Peer educators say you should get the facts and share the facts. So I noticed there's a lot of murmuring in the crowd. So probably there's something interesting that is going on. So let's say I see someone that is like talking in the crowd. Maybe we can invite you to share with us the interesting things you are saying in the crowd, because everyone would also want to know, right?
RAHi. Comfort says awareness is needed to improve our lives on preventions and living with HIV. So one thing I've noticed, Titi, is young people have got so much energy. We've got so much innovation. We've got so much ideas. We have the platform. Do we know the processes? How to engage or how to really voice out? Because the secret or the key to unlocking that knowledge you have is knowing the process. The way I am with Titi, I cannot go direct to the Minister of Health and air out my issues. There are steps that I'll need to follow. So learning the process is really, really important. And it's also important that as we're ending our regional adolescent Indaba today, our key take-home message is, I have a role to play. Everyone has a role to play, isn't it? Everyone has a role
to play.
Everyone has a role
to play.
Let's hear from our colleagues from the students of what was discussed in their breakout session. Let's welcome him.
Thank you very much. My name is Malachi Bambala, and there are quite a number of things that were discussed among the students, and it's a general consensus that decisions that are supposed to be made for us are supposed to include us, and we realize that a health body births health decisions, and therefore, as students, as we talk about comprehensive sexuality, it is necessary that we talk about things that are affecting the students in higher learning institutions in order for us to be able to find a sustainable solution that's going to last for a long time, and that's going to accommodate us. So we realize that one of the challenges that is being observed in the higher learning institution is that we do not have, most of the universities do not have clinics, of which makes it almost impossible for the management to keep a record of how many people are sick, how many people are accessing information about sexuality and its comprehensiveness, because there's also a limit of, parents not being able to talk to their children, to us, about sexuality, of which also is a barrier. So then we started looking at the idea of culture. Is culture a good thing, or is culture a bad thing? And we understand the importance and the place of culture in attaining the higher levels of the information that we send out there about comprehensive sexuality. And one of the solutions that we came up with is that we need to, the same way we have this Indaba, we also need to have the student health Indaba, which is going to cater for all students across the nation, which will help us to discuss relevant issues, not only issues to do with our comprehensive sexuality, but even issues that are arising as a result of us not being able to access the information about comprehensive sexuality. And one of the things that we realize is that, look, we are the think tanks of the country. We have the thinking muscle. Without us, it's almost impossible for the government to work on this agenda that they have in order to make sure that we all have access to health facilities. And the other thing we talked about is, during orientation, we realized that most of the first year students, when they report to university, they hardly have information about how they can keep themselves and where they can access the information. And we came up with a solution that, instead of just them having a 1 week orientation about sexuality, we could have, we can engage organizations like Coparos and many other organizations that are working in promoting that comprehensive sexuality is spread to the students, are brought forward on board, so that we can have bodies to talk to, and bodies that can refer us to places where we can receive our help in a case where you have a question to ask about your sexuality. Remember, being tested being tested is one way that will get the numbers, the accurate numbers, in order for us to be able to find a sustainable solution. So many more were talked about, but I was given 2 minutes to just run through some of the things that were talked about. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for him.
And I noticed that people have been listening. They've been listening. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pick you, and you are going to tell us one thing you heard from our lovely gentleman, because I noticed people have been listening. So
Yeah.
just at random, popcorn style.
I'll pick randomly.
Yes, just pick at random. Okay, so I noticed that the other people who also don't want to participate. So just another encouragement to us, or like I've said, just remember that because you are here, someone has been denied the opportunity to be here. So as we are here, let's show that as young people, we can really take charge, and then we are serious about what we do. So please, it's just a reminder to us all that whilst we are here, this is our time to shine. Let's not waste it. So I know that you are listening. So popcorn style, just give anyone, they'll say something. People are really listening.
I'm here. Can you say one or two things that the previous gentleman is just from saying? It's really important to concentrate when people are presenting. Hi.
From the presentation that was given by the first one, I had heard that PrEP for the men, they take it up, they can have unprotected sex after 7 days.
and for the women, it's after 21 days. For the men, they can have unprotected sex after 7 days, and then for the women, it's after 21 days.
Okay.
All right. So Maxwell, now you see why it's very important to pay attention, because I understand that as we are here, we are leaders in different spaces. So whilst you're here, the people in your community are expecting you to go back and tell them I was at the regional Indaba, and this is what I got. So when the leader now is at the regional Indaba, they didn't hear anything. Hey, that becomes a problem, isn't it? Okay, so going forward, the popcorn style, we are continuing with it. After a presentation, we just go and say, tell us what you heard. And it's your time to shine.
And please, let's not move in and move out, move in and move out. I'm able to notice who is moving in and moving out more often. And partners have approached me to say, if you see anyone not contributing positively, let us know, such that next time we should not invite them to such an event. Because see how much partners have put in us. It's not only putting in money, it's an investment, isn't it? It's a what? An investment. And it needs serious what? Attention. Can we all stand for an energizer? Can we all stand for an energizer? Can we all stand for an energizer? Since people are sleeping. Okay. So I want to make noise in this place, such that the people at the gym are able to know that we have adolescents and young people in the room. So we're going to start with our right hand. 5. It's a countdown, huh? 5, 5, 5, 5. Up to 1, huh? I'll need a lot of energy. If it is to stumble, we have to stumble hard. Okay? If you need space, please move and have some space. I want to hear the sound. I want to hear the energies in the room. Are we together? At a count of 3, we all start with our right hand 5 times, left 5 times, right leg 5 times, left leg 5 times, up to 1. Are we together? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 1, 0. Now we can sit. We can sit.
Okay, thank you so much, Maxwell, for that energizer. So right now we are going to get a short poem. So at this moment, I'm inviting our poets up front. Okay, let's just show them some love as they are coming up.
Are they ready? Ida, they're ready? Okay. Ati wangu tache? Wangu tachan? What is even the meaning anyway? Ni weekend lelo eh? If you're a sports person like me, who's playing today? A Man City, Man U. Okay, it's time for a poem now.
Okay, so my name is Harrison, preferably the poet. I'm gonna do a piece for you, and this piece actually doesn't entertain. It's something that speaks for the voiceless. So hope we'll be together by the time I'm ending this piece. Okay, we can go.
We are good? Are we good?
What is life without ability? An abomination. To this world, I'm a liability because I'm always waiting for charity. None of my dreams has ever been a reality because I'm limited by disability. Understand, this was not on my wish list. I was born bent like this, 90 degrees angled on my wrist, disfigured body parts like knocked knees, paralyzed so I'm stuck on my wheelchair. Your eyes look at me with pity, but I can almost hear your hearts cry like, Lord, we want him to rest like I don't want to live. I know you notice me, but my life falls short of attention. None of you notices when I'm lonely and deserted. So from a distance, I watch you stare. Your eyes filled with fear, afraid to mingle because I look unusual. Since when did friends turn to sympathizers? Every day I cry because my reflection bothers me. Sometimes I wonder if the image is blurry, but no, I am really disabled. I find no shield to these spears that spears my head. When I cry, none of you notices that I'm hurt. These wounds are too deep that I can't find the base. I'm human. Why am I set apart from the rest? They call me a special need. I am not saying we are alike. I know I look different, but we are all the same. Responded in the image of God. But why does the fact seem so easy to forget? Height, complexion, neither way of expression, class, level, neither occupation does not distinguish as God's creation. We are all equal, loved unequally, yet unconditionally. So what am I trying to say? Broken body does not mean broken soul, because the spirit never breaks. I will keep up with the rest of the world through standards that may be raised. I will fight race to the end. If I can't run, I will walk. If I can't dance, I will sit. And if I can't write, I will speak, because I know what is right. Disability is not inability. God made me disabled, not unabled. So I want you to understand that the greatest disability in the world is lack of hope and courage.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. That's so refreshing. Indeed, the greatest disability is not having hope. Ah, so touching. It's at this point in time, we have learned during this Indaba that much of the HIV infection is happening among adolescent girls, young women, and women. Our colleagues from Dreams had a research, and they want to share with us what their finding was on the ground. A round of applause from our colleagues from Dreams.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Movanga Miovela from Eastern Province, specifically based in Chipata. So we did a survey 3 months ago, and this survey was a partnership between the District Health, Dreams, and Peace Corps. This survey consisted of 12 girls who are going to health facility with the scenario that they are sexually active, so that we can see how health workers treat adolescents, because adolescents have problems sometimes with how they are treated in hospitals. So these are the findings that we found when we went to the health facilities. My friend will like say the findings that we had.
Thank you. My name is Mary Banda. Okay, I'm going to start explaining about the findings that we had. Time spent at the health facilities and wait times varied widely. Okay, this is talking about time when an adolescent goes to the hospital, what time takes. More than 15% more than 1 hour, and 21% 30 minutes or 15 minutes to 30 minutes, and then 15% 1 hour, less than 15 minutes 49%. The total time an adolescent spends at the health facilities. Okay, now I'm going to the next slide. Most adolescents felt comfortable at the health facility they visited and had enough privacy. This is talking about privacy. When you go at the health facilities, is there enough privacy there? Did you feel comfortable at the health facility? 76% said yes and 24% said no. Did you feel there was enough privacy for you to speak freely? 73% said yes and 27 said no. A lack of privacy was the most common reasons adolescents felt uncomfortable at the health facilities. Okay, these are the reasons girls felt comfortable and girls felt uncomfortable. I'm going to start first mentioning the reasons girls felt comfortable. They didn't ask questions that made them feel judged or unsafe. There was enough privacy and I felt freely to speak. It was just the two of us. And I'm going to talk about the reasons girls felt uncomfortable. They were rude and mean. Maybe at the health facility, you're like fighting at home, and then you come at the hospital and you're like showing those faces, and you don't really answer the the person with you. You're not even answering them well. Most almost Almost all staff members treated adolescents with respect, spoke proudly, and answered questions. So this is talking about respect. Did the healthcare provider treat you with respect? 97 said yes, and 3% said no. Did the healthcare provide you use languages you could understand? Please, we should use languages that others could understand. Like for example, those coming from the village, they don't really hear that much about like English. So we should speak like Chinyanja, like languages that they could really understand. And 97% said yes and 3% said no. Did the healthcare provider give you an opportunity to ask questions? 97% said yes and 3% said no. Most adolescents were offered an HIV test, but fewer were offered testing for other STIs. Were you offered an HIV test? 64% said yes and 36% said no. Were you offered testing for STIs other than HIV? 73% said no and 27% said yes. Thank you. And I'm going to call upon Susan Mitty.
So I'm going to pick up where my colleague left off. Can I have the next slide there? If birth control methods were explained, few received comprehensive education on all methods. Condoms and pills were the most common methods mentioned to adolescents. Only two healthcare providers mentioned implants, and only one healthcare provider mentioned injectables and IUDs, also known as loops. Only two healthcare. What birth control methods were explained to you? Only 5%, or we were 12 in total when we visited, and we visited 11 health facilities, and each were visited 33 times. 33 times, yes. I mean, Yeah, the total of visits were 33. So only 5% received the explanation of IUDs, and 5% were explained on injectables, not specified 10%. Condoms were explained to 33% of the group, and implants were explained to 9%. Emergency, also known as morning after pills, were only explained to 9%. Pills were explained to 29% of the group. Male condoms were easier to access than female condoms. Male condoms were available at most visits, while female condoms were available less than half the time. At 18% of the visit, researchers found no condoms available. During most visits, 58% adolescents had to ask a staff member to get condoms. Male condoms were female condoms available. Male condoms were available 73% of the time. Female condoms were available 46% of the time. No condoms were available only 18%. More adolescents were asked for consent. More adolescents were asked for consent for, for consent from their sexual partners than from their parents. Did any staff member ask to contact your parents or tell you parental consent was required to receive services? Only 6% said yes, and 94% said no. So we were not being asked most of the time. Of those that were asked to contact their sexual partners, the most common reason was so that both partners could know their HIV status and discuss risks together. One adolescent was told she could not access PEP if her partner was not there, and that was me. So, did any staff member ask to contact your sexual partner or to tell you their consent was required to receive services? 18% said yes, and 82% said no. The most common reason was that when we wanted to access this, they wanted to treat both you and your partner if you have an STI. So that's why most of the time they were saying we can't treat you for an STI unless your partner is there or you have your partner's consent. Thank you. Healthcare providers rarely refuse to provide services. The most common service refused was STI testing. Reasons adolescents were refused services because I looked young and because I am a school pupil. They told me they only offer testing for HIV, not other STIs, and they referred me to another health center. They would not test me for STIs because I was not with my partner. I explained on that point. It was lunchtime, so there was no one in the laboratory. Were you refused any services that you requested? 15% said yes, they were denied the services, and only 85% said no. Thank you.
So, more on the findings is that at most visits, adolescents did not ask if they had come with a referral from school, a reference. When we went to health facilities, the health providers didn't even ask us if we had a referral from school. Did any staff member ask if you had a referral from school? 27% said yes, and 73% said no. Were adolescents treated equally? Adolescents were not treated equally because of their age. Some of the adolescents were given methods on how to, like, on preventions of family planning methods, and others were not given because we looked young and the health providers refused. Feedback: what did the health provider do well? I would come back to this facility because the health provider was friendly and she treated me with respect. So some health providers were treating us with respect.
They said they should keep up their good work that they are doing. For example, treating people with respect and not judging by their looks. Other health providers, I hope you are not going to be offended because they treat people according to their status or maybe how they look. Feedback. If there is something you could change about the health facility, what would be that and why? Privacy. There is no privacy, and that is the worst thing. There is supposed to be privacy if you go to a health facility for counseling, not just everyone to be entering the room. What if you are telling someone that you have HIV and AIDS? The staff should not be busy on their phone. Nowadays, the world is advanced. There is things like TikTok, there's WhatsApp, YouTube. But when you go to work, people with your mandate, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to attend to the person and see what they want to tell you. I would oh, stop judgmental looks from health providers. Other health providers, I hope you'll be not offended again. Other nurses, the way they look at you when you go there, as if maybe you did something wrong, but we should be kind because you're the one who are seeking for help. You're the one who's supposed to help us. And I would urge you, this was only the feedback from Chipata, but I'm not saying that people in Chipata have a problem, but it's around our country, everyone. We need as health providers to change our attitudes and behavior towards adolescents because we come to seek for help, not to be judged. Thank you.
So that was our survey and our research for 11 health facilities. And thank you. That wraps up our presentation.
Wow. A round of applause for the team. Thank you. Wow. Attitudes, health facilities. True or false? TikTok, true or false? Facebook, true or false? To be judged, true or false? Shyness, true or false? Shyness. You know, sometimes we should not. I'm not defending anyone, but I've worked in a health facility for over 7 years, and I have been a peer educator before, and this is what happens. Adolescents and young people, number one, if they have a problem, they don't want to stay. They don't want to stay for so long at the health facility. That's number one. Number two, what they want is express service. Number three, they don't want to understand that the health facility has a system. I want each and every young person to understand that each and every health facility has a system. If your youth-friendly space is very active, you have that express service. Sorry, that you want. Isn't it? But you would realize when you go to other health facilities, there won't be young people to assist you. You will find yourself in that long queue that we have been talking about. Isn't it? That is why we have been advocating for youth-friendly facilities. Services can be there, but we want what? Facilities. Confidentiality. Ukamba, boy, kayaka huko. Ukamba, door is open. Ai. Ai ka. Sifunika yai. Mwakanila tuteto. Vingashtikedi ni yai. Yai. So our healthcare providers, we have heard from our adolescents from the Dreams Project that they want a friendly approach. But when we say friendly approach, please don't keep us like we are babies, we don't want that as well. What we want is just a service. What we want is a honest conversation. Not because I'm 16, I want to come and get a condom. Mnamba kudara. What we want is mwanawandi, the other services, such as contraceptives. Aye. Ndeja mkati jaji nataenda kuti. At the end of the day, prevention is Titi. Let's check what our online participants are saying, or those following. How many are excited for this Indaba? How many are excited? RAHi! RAHi! The exercise has come again. The exercise has what? Has come again. Back sickness na vera kungo kamba check upon shan. So I'll pick randomly. So uziwe chenga was back sitting as when over kamba my girls baja. If you not understand or you not listen, tizaonekera. Titi.
Okay. So it seems like there's someone with a boyfriend or a girlfriend here because they sent I see ya with hearts. So your bear is seeing you. Okay? Wherever you are, your bear is seeing you. Anyway, we have Mark here, and they say being positive does not mean it is the end of the world, but it's just a call to positive living. And we also have Real Roxon, and they say, I'm very happy about it. And as peer educators, we have to take this message seriously and disseminate this good message to our fellow friends who are not part of our important Indaba. Okay, so those are some of our online participants. Now we want to get to the poll results. If you remember very well, yesterday I talked about going on the Facebook Zambian Youth Platform, and there was a poll which was going on. So in terms of that poll, there was a question which was posed, and we had promised that the person with a comment with the most likes would get a surprise gift. So the question for that poll was, what would you like to prevent at all cost? Is it either HIV or is it pregnancy? So before I announce the results of the poll, I'm just posing it to the audience to say, what did you think got the most votes? What do you want to prevent at all cost? Is it HIV or is it pregnancy?
Titi, before that, we want to find out how many participated in the poll that was called yesterday by the raise of hands. In the poll by voting, yes, by voting. Okay, the way you've raised your hands, tell me one question on that poll. No. By the raise of hands, raise your hands. I want to know if people really participated in the poll. How many participated in the poll? Raise your hands. I saw hands. Raise them. Okay.
The question was, what would you love to prevent between pregnancy or HIV? That was the question.
Zamveka, what was the question again?
What would you love to prevent, HIV or pregnancy?
That was the question. And simply you were just supposed to what? To vote. How many did that? Not complete.
And why? What would you like to prevent the most at all cost and why?
This and why. And what? Why? How many participated? Okay.
Now the numbers keep getting fewer and fewer.
You see?
Because there are questions involved.
How many participated? Okay, before we go to the poll, everyone, if you are following the Zambia Youth Platform page, we are live. Go there, check what's happening, share with your friends. In the next 2 minutes, share with your friends, and just comment anything. I have a surprise for you. Now, if you follow it, comment something. Once your name pops up there, I'll have something good for you. Yes. It's live. What we're doing is live. It's like you're watching ZNBC, but you're watching yourself. So go live on the Facebook platform, comment something, not on the poll, or what, something which is exciting that you have learned during this Indaba, post it there. it can be a quote that you really wanted. Put it hashtag, this is what I wanted to say. Yeah. Media team, can you see some pop-ups there of some comments that will be coming in? Wi-Fi. Digital. Huh? Kuli data. Are we doing that? How many have commented? How many have shared? If you have, you can just raise your hand. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Prevention is big. Taonga Kamanga. Yes. Esther. Hey. Teresita Mwale. Titi, read my comments since yesterday. Sure. Titi, they want you to read the comments. Come on. Hey, Becky, Kamea says, so happy to attend this Indaba. Mary Mwika, Mwenya. Miriam, Uko. Natasha Chola Mkuka. This Indaba is insightful and innovative. Thank you, Natasha. Inform us, tell us, Mary Mwika, prevention is big. I want to see your comments pop up there. Even those following online, please, I want to see your comments pop up there. I'll read them. And I've got a gift for you. A very good one. Actually, when giving the handovers, it is the minister who will give you that gift. The most touching hashtag. There's that gift for you. You don't want a trip for two to Livingstone. You don't want that. You don't want to fly to Geneva. You don't want to bring confusion. Or everyone want to go. Okay, you never know who you're seated next to. Okay, so if we are doing that, let's keep commenting. Let's keep sharing our page on Facebook as we are live on our ZYP platform, which is Facebook. And looking forward to those conversations. We had the poll, Titi.
Yes. So before I announce the results of the poll, so anyone just to guess which one got the most votes? So the question again was, what would you like to prevent at all costs and why? Is it pregnancy or HIV? So what do you think got the most votes? What to use?
Okay, let's do this. For HIV, hands up. Okay, hands down. STIs, hands up.
There was pregnancy.
I know. Pregnancy, STIs, hands up. HIV, hands up. Pregnancy. Pregnancy. 1, 2, 3. Lift. Pregnancy. Okay. Oh.
And you know what happened? Just because I raised my hand, someone raised their hand as well. Okay.
Okay, there's a concern?
All right, so these are the results of the poll.
This one.
The concern from the deaf is that they use the eyes to see the interpreter. So once they go on the phone, then they'll be missing the information that is being talked about here. So because of their nature, they are suggesting why not they raise their hand here and vote or give their comment just right here instead of them signing on or typing on Facebook. Because they are missing out on their words. They cannot do double. They use the eyes.
Okay, that's a good opportunity, huh? So we can allow our friends to vote physically, right? Yeah. So how are we going to do it, Titi? Should we have our co-chairs just maybe getting their feedback?
Yes.
As they are voting.
Yes.
Okay. Hashtag prevention is? Prevention is? You know, it's been a weekend. People are excited, huh? Me, I'm a fan of...
So we got one innovative solution. So what can happen is that they can submit their submissions through you. Could you assist that they submit their submissions and we read out those submissions? So the person with the most likes of that submission gets to win. Will that work? you assist them so that they submit it and tell you their submissions? And then can it be written down?
It was the voting on the poll yesterday.
It's already done.
Anyways, you know today is the Zambian League. They pay right? Football. Those who are soccer lovers. Do you know the Zambian League? This, is it MTN? APSA was last week, huh? Today it's MTN, huh? Super League, it's ending. Same na Premier League in Asira. So one funny thing I've always loved is how our colleagues grassroots have turned sport into using sport to educate adolescents and young women in terms of not only HIV prevention, but sexual reproductive health services. Imagine how many young people have benefited just learning that through sport. I know institutions such as, is it Taco Africa, Grassroots Soccer, they use sport. Young people, are we ready to use sport? These are the interventions we want. Is it only football? But what kind of sports? What kind of sports, apart from football, can you use to spread the information about HIV prevention?
I wanted to say games.
My games in Yambi, specify.
Specify. Yeah, netball.
Netball, swimming, badminton, table tennis. Imagine when you call that draft, how are you going to use draft or chess? Tell me how. How? To label that what? You see? So there's a way that we need to actually reinvent our sports activities into messaging of the HIV prevention aspect.
Okay, so the results of our poll are out. So in terms of the results, 93% voted for HIV, 7% voted for pregnancy. And in terms of the person with the most comments, on number 1 is TNTA. So I'll read out what their comment. It got 102 likes on that comment. So the comment was, I would like to prevent HIV at my community because mostly we encounter more cases, more often, and every week we get new cases, which is not pleasing to us. So we'll try to make support groups for the adolescents, educate youth, and spread more information about SRIH and HIV. So this was the quote which got the most likes. It had 102 likes. And on number 2, we've got Alex K. Chileshe. They're in the room. Let's show them some love. So Alex K. Chileshe commented, HIV preventing is crucial because it is a serious lifelong illness. HIV weakens the immune system, causing serious health problems and increasing the risk of other infections. And then at number 3, we have Lawrence Muyunda. So Lawrence commented, I would like to prevent HIV because it's a deadly infection that has infected so many people in my country and the world at large. So these are the results from our poll. Congratulations to those who have managed to get the most likes. So just in summary, we are going to get into a brief discussion of why others would prioritize pregnancy and why others would prioritize HIV prevention. Because personally in my country, I will tell you safely that most girls are afraid of pregnancy than HIV. Because when you get pregnant, it means that you are being chased away from home. And it also means that your education, that's the end of the road. Even though we just thank our government to say they've put in an amendment in terms of the Education Act to now allow re-entry of pregnant girls to school. Most families are not willing to be able to support a girl who has been pregnant and wants to go back to school.
So I'll just pose it to the audience. Why do other young people feel that they need to prevent pregnancy rather than HIV? So it might differ from communities to communities. It might also differ from country to country. So should we do popcorn style or should I do my mother told me to choose? Okay, I see hands. So for those that are raising their hands, let's us bring you the mic. We had first, we also had a hand there and at the back.
Okay.
I think the reason why our peers would choose HIV over pregnancy is that whenever you get pregnant, if you're still a student, you get discriminated. You're not just getting discriminated by your peers, but also your relatives. You'll be the talk of town. So you prefer an infection that is not seen by everybody than the pregnancy that you walk with, and the whole community will body shame you and talk about you. Somehow you might actually end up committing suicide. So basically you choose an infection rather than pregnancy.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay.
They say that if you're walking around with pregnancy, it's like a confirmation that someone has had sex.
Okay, I think what they are scared most is diapers are expensive and ARVs are given for free.
They say diapers are expensive. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, what I can say is most, just like she said, most of young girls are scared of getting pregnant because a lot of people will be able to observe it. And before we had PrEP, we only had ARVs, but we had emergency contraceptives. And we have a lot of methods that you can use to prevent pregnancy, even if you don't prevent HIV or STIs. So the other disadvantage is that we know that what is right is to prevent HIV, but we just don't want to do it. It's just the same as we don't want to accept that we're having sex. So we would rather have sex than talk about sex.
Okay. So someone is saying sometimes we do not want to accept that we are having sex. So I don't know for most of you, if you interact with like a majority of young people, someone will tell you that if I am to propose maybe to my boyfriend to say, let's have protected sex, they say, why? Is it because you don't trust me? So, you know, those trust issues in relationships to say that if you're having unprotected sex, it means we trust each other. I don't know, is this something that's also familiar to you or it varies? We had a hand over there.
Okay, thank you. I think youth of nowadays, they are afraid of the pregnancy because they don't want to be responsible. You know, it's not easy to become a mom. You be having a lot of responsibilities, buying diapers, you need soap, and maybe the pregnant is unwanted, and you'll be a burden in the family. Everyone will be talking about you, saying, hey, your child, this, you should do that. Soap is finished, sugar is finished, because you are carrying a child, and they will be saying, this child is a problem here because sugar is being finished by you are cooking porridge and the child doesn't have a father. So someone might end up saying it's better to have HIV than to be pregnant.
Titi, you know, these issues, it's reality. Huh? I remember at some point, this adolescent and young, oh, let me just say an adolescent, was pregnant. She was actually 19. I helped her go into MCH, and they're like what she has just from saying, she was being talked about badly at home. But the moment the child was born, yo, she never had time for that child because the mother, now the grandmother was like, no, mpero mwana want. Hey, Shan. And she came to me, but Max, these are the people that were saying bad things about me. But when that child was born, that child was more like the holy thing. So I don't know what the situation is like or what conversations we're having around that. Yes, Dave.
Thank you so much. So the poll gave us that most people want to prevent HIV, but then in the actual sense, even here in Zambia, people want to prevent pregnancy, which we're talking about now. But I think for me, it is the lack of negotiation skills. A lot of young girls are unable to negotiate for safer sex. And this is why we need to maximize on comprehensive sexuality education. They lack the skills to negotiate for safer sex. If this student who is in university and their parents are poor, this guy who is able to provide for them comes and says, I would like to have sex with you. They don't even want to think about how does he want to have sex with me? How does he want to have this particular sex with me? Is it a strapped kind or raw? So mostly girls are unable to negotiate for safer sex because they lack the skills to negotiate for that particular kind of sex. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. So this one I'm going to pose it to the gentleman in the house. So we have a saying back home. It says, I'll translate it for you. Hakuna huku inofamba nema spice, right? To say you can never see a chicken walking around with its own spices. So that is to say, if you're a girl and you're walking around with condoms, you're a chicken which is walking around with its own spices. So in short, you're actually saying, hi, I'm ready, I'm here, we can do this. And that is usually equals to being, you are someone who is very promiscuous, probably you are a sex worker. So I want to just understand from the gentleman in the house, like I'm yours. How do you take a woman or a young lady who is sexually responsible for their own health? If you see your girlfriend is maybe probably walking around with condoms, like, I have condoms. Let's just have an honest conversation. What is it like? We have a hand. Where? Hey.
Thank you. I think the honest answer to your question is that it depends. However, I'll talk about one thing, which is decisiveness. First of all, if I see my significant other to walk with, condoms everywhere, obviously, if I'm to have a conversation with her, I need to understand, why do you move with these condoms? I need to know, because I'm going to be suspicious of why you have to move with condoms and I am your boyfriend and we don't have sex. So then you're telling me that you're not decisive enough to know whether you're willing to have sex or not. Because you can't tell me that maybe we just find ourselves, if we find ourselves in a situation where it's befitting for us to have sex, then I'm going to refuse. Because you're not being decisive about your sexuality. You need to know you are my boyfriend and I am sexually active. So if we don't have sex, then because if you're my partner and we're not having sex and you keep moving with condoms, it clicks something in me that maybe you could be having what you call safer sex with another person. So I think decisiveness about why someone is doing what they're doing is key.
Okay, ladies, did you hear that? Decisiveness. So if you are walking around and we are not sexually active, they're going to be so suspicious of you. So ladies, let's just hear from the ladies. What's your take on that?
From what he said, many pregnancies have been a result of a girl who has been abstaining, having sex while it's not planned. So me staying with a condom inside my bag doesn't mean I'm promiscuous. It means I'm a ready soldier. I'm actually preparing for any case where there's sex, unplanned sex. So you're not going to tell me to not keep a condom. Okay, you might think I'm promiscuous, but I'm not promiscuous. I'm just being prepared. What if it happens unplanned, like it always happens, unplanned? I might fall pregnant, I might get infected. So saying with the condom is me being safe.
The ladies really like that. A ready soldier.
Titi, The room is getting electric now. Let's hear from a fellow lady.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so why us ladies carry condoms? Sorry. So why us ladies carry condoms sometimes? You guys will have a plan on having sex with us. So we just carry because we know you wouldn't want to use it. So we carry because we know you won't. You'll be like, I don't have a condom in the room. So we'll carry for you, like here we have. I think I have one in my purse. Yeah, I think I have one. I have one in my purse. In case you say you don't have, I got you.
Yo. Titi.
Yes, Maxwell.
Titi.
Mhm.
Wow. More reactions? Do we have more reactions?
Yes, we have a reaction. So
Ah.
we have a reaction.
Okay. One more reaction, then we are good to go.
I agree with both ladies what they've said. Yeah, I agree with them, both of them. Yeah, before we thought that it was while we were voting which one between pregnancy and HIV, but after checking, we see that a lot of girls are actually scared of pregnancy than HIV. So girls would carry a condom everywhere they go in an event that they can have sex with someone, because maybe they are in the room, a man would be ready to have sex, and then he said, "No, I don't have a condom," just as an excuse to have live sex. We just produce a condom at live sex. If you don't want sex, yeah, let's dress up and go. Otherwise, the condom.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. My question will be, who plans for that sex? The first thing is, who plans for that sex? In Zimbabwe, I know that the boys are the ones who plans for the sex, are the ones who organizes the best. We have got this term that we use in Zimbabwe. As a boy, I'm the one who organizes the venue where we are going to have the what? The sex. So you as a lady, when you are bringing condoms, it becomes something else because I'm the one who owns the venue where we are having sex. I'm the one who have planned for that sex.
Okay.
This one is
RAHi! RAHi!
Kuchalo!
RAHi!
Kuchalo! Maxwell.
Okay.
Maxwell.
Okay.
I think here people they want to question a man. No, we are not questioning men. No, please hear me from me. Excuse me, forgive me. Okay, I'm a man myself. My wife, forgive. My wife is here. My wife, forgive me. But I just want to say that traditionally, when you and I we agree to have sex before we go to a lodge, for example, we agree in advance. We've already agreed that we are going to have sex to the lodge. And we agreed in advance whether we are going to use a condom or not. I've paid for that venue. I've sweated for the money to pay for the lodge and transport. And then we go into the room, you bring your own rules. No, it's my room, I've paid. Ni live sex, skin to skin, man.
RAHi!
Kuchalo!
RAHi!
Kuchalo!
RAHi!
Kuchalo!
Hey, Ethio Chava, that's how it is what it is. It is. Hello. Easy. You know why? The energies have just come out because we're talking about sex. Yo. Mr. Chris, you hear your children issues to do with sex, very hyper. Prevention is
Bear.
Prevention is
Bear.
Prevention is
Bear.
RAHi.
Kuchalo!
It's so encouraging to see young people debate issues around sexual reproductive health. It's good that we're able to debate in such a manner, but it's the same energy that we are having here happening where we are coming from. That's a question we should ask ourselves. The negotiating power.
Maxwell.
Titi.
Yes, this topic that I've brought to the floor.
Yo.
Hey. Okay. So we are going to have 2 more comments. So I'll give you the chance to speak.
We've got our civic
Yes,
leader
our
there.
civic. They want to give us a comment, and then she will speak.
Okay.
Thank you so very much for being given the opportunity to speak on this issue. I think this issue is one that's very, very dear to my heart because above and beyond being a civic leader, I'm a minister of the gospel as well. And I think it's a little bit heartbreaking for us to be having so much enthusiasm for sex, even when we're not married. Ladies and gentlemen, I think condomization should actually be the last resort. We must realize that if any of you are believers, your bodies are temples of the living God, and you should keep it as such. Your body is of great value as a woman. Your body is of great value as a woman, and you should keep it as such. The understanding is that when two unite in sexual union, they become one flesh. So even if you condomize or you don't, do you realize what you're doing to yourself spiritually when you sleep with someone that's not your spouse? You must realize that this is something that you must be very deliberate about, and it has consequences at the end of the day in the other parts of your life.
Members, order.
So for
order.
me, I know this is a very unpopular opinion, but I think my core would be that before and above thinking about condomization, we must just preserve ourselves, keep our bodies raw, and preserve it for the marriage bed. I think when we begin to do that, and when we think about abstinence being the most important thing, then look, we're talking about the fact that we're the leaders of today and not tomorrow. What example are we setting for our children and our grandkids? What legacy are we leaving? What inheritance are we leaving? I think that's my opinion and that's my call. Let's put our morals above and beyond anything else. Thank you.
Leaders. Order, comrades. Order, comrades. So we are going to have one last from our lady here.
Titi, I've just got the tip to say, Max, time is not with you. What's happening? You're a good timekeeper, but what's happening, Max? No, I love the energy. Hope we are learning something. But at the end of it all, one thing we should all realize is not everyone is sexually active. Let us not stop preaching about abstinence. See, abstinence. Abstinence. That's the slogan we grew up with. Abstinence. I know there are so many burning issues. Zumani, I've seen you. Yes. Okay, so, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's at this point in time, I really want to appreciate everyone for taking part into. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I guess just a brief response to the gentleman from Zimbabwe. Yeah, I think it's from Zimbabwe. I think that's a twisted mindset. He said, me, the man, I'm the one who planned for sex. No, could it be ever so? We both have feelings. You want sex, even me as a woman, I want sex. So we have to agree, even me, I want sex, but we have to agree. It's not a man's idea just have sex alone to decide on your own. We have to decide and agree together. We shouldn't make women feel like if a woman has a condom and then she has the right. Many times as women we have the right, not to be in my. You should not be in my space, or you should not be in my way if I've got condoms or not, because maybe I want to protect myself from HIV or AIDS, or I'm waiting for the right man. So if you cannot not have sex with condom, then avoid having sex. So when it comes to planning to have sex, even a woman has got rights in that act of having sex. A woman has got feelings. She has got a position as well. She wants to use a condom. She wants to carry a condom. It is not you, the man. You are not the final authority. So that's what I want to say to the man. We have to change our mindset. You should not think that a man is the one who is in charge of that sexy meeting. No. Na hivi mkazi afuna.
RAHi! RAHi! Give me R, give me A, give me H. What do we have? What do we have? Give me I. Give me I. What do we have? RAHi. It's at this point in time we are about to land our plane. It has been a milestone having representation from Kenya, Botswana, Zimbabwe, not forgetting Zambia, as the sun rises from the east, sets from the west, from the land of the Victoria Falls down to Luangwa. It's from me, Maxwell Mumba, who has been your moderator for this session, as I am about to hand over to Jeremiah for our final and closing ceremony for our regional adolescent Indaba. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Is it morning, afternoon, or evening? It's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Is everyone in the room? We are all in the room. Are we excited that we are finally about to land our plane? We are? No, we are not. We don't want to land. At this particular point in time, I will call upon the representatives from the Ministry of Health who receive the position paper on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Health, Honorable Sylvia T. Masebo, MP. I will begin by calling Dr. Chola Chongo, who's the public health specialist from Ministry of Health, Luapula Provincial Health Office. A round of applause for her. And then I also call upon Mrs. Mabel Mwemba Mosheke, who's the Chief Adolescent Health Officer from the Ministry of Health. Madam, please make your way to the high table. A round of applause. I will also call upon Mr. Chikatula, who's the Global Fund Country Coordinating Mechanism Administrator. Sir, please make your way to the high table as well. I will also call upon Mrs. Georgina, who is the Chief Nursing Officer from the Lusaka Provincial Health Office. So Dr. Chola Chongo is the public health specialist from MOH, Lusaka Provincial Health Office. Thank you, sir. I'll also call upon a representative from UNAIDS. A representative from UNAIDS, please make your way to the front. Do we have the representative from UNAIDS? Thank you so much. So I would like to also recognize the presence of His Worship, the Mayor of Mansa. So we are graced to have you with us here today. I would also like to recognize the presence of provincial adolescent health focal point persons from all the provinces that are present here today. I'd also like to recognize the presence of senior government officials present here today, implementing partners, and most importantly, the adolescents and young people who have stayed with us for all the 3 days. The media, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the closing ceremony. So we will begin our ceremony with something that is beginning to be a tradition as we present our position paper. I will call upon Ida and her team to lead us into the presentation of the position paper to the Ministry of Health. Now, this is a very, very important document and a milestone for this event. And all of you that have contributed to this particular document should be very, very proud. DJ, are we good to go? In the meantime, I will ask that as this ceremony happens, we all be upstanding and just shake our bodies a little bit because we are happy that we have delivered on the objectives of the RAHi. Can we do that? Can we do that? Please let us all be upstanding. If there's anyone outside, please come inside so that you don't miss this. I can see people are already shaking their bodies, eh? Ida and your team, are we ready to go? Regional Adolescent Open Position Paper. Manja. We came to stay on the campus. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We can take our seats. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that youthful, ceremonious presentation of the position paper. I think Dr. Tachola, you will tell the Honorable Minister that she missed out. She should have been here to see that. But luckily we got it on video. So at this particular point in time, I will call upon 3 young people who will read the position paper because I'm pretty sure we want to know what's in the paper. So I will call upon Edna from the University of Lusaka, representing the students here today, who will begin by reading the first part of the position paper. Then I will call upon Joseph, who's representing adolescents and young people, to read the other half of the position paper. And then I will call upon Stabile, who will conclude by ending the position paper from the civil society. Thank you so much.
RAHi? RAHi! I thought we're all
all youth, please say it loud. RAHi! Okay, that's better. On behalf of the adolescents and young people present at this Indaba, held at the Mika Convention Center, I would like to express our gratitude to the Ministry of Health and other strategic and cooperating partners who have contributed to the successful organization and hosting of the Regional Adolescent Health Indaba 2023. We would like to extend our special appreciation to the Minister of Health, Honorable Silva Masabo, MP, and her dedicated team of experts in the ministry, including the focal point persons for adolescent health at various levels, provincial and district, as well as the members of the Provincial Adolescent Health Technical Working Groups, which consists of representatives from line ministries, civil society organizations, and implementing partners who actively participated in the planning, meetings, and program, offering invaluable technical assistance. Additionally, we would like to thank all young people and adolescents who engaged in the discussions over the course of the 3-day event, both online and in person. Ladies and gentlemen, RAHi aims to identify high quality and effective interventions of HIV and sexual reproductive health and rights to reduce child marriage, unintended and repeat pregnancies, HIV, and STIs among young people and adolescents in Eastern and Southern region of Africa. It seeks to achieve this by fostering consensus on the role of young people in addressing the challenges they encounter. This year's Indaba has attracted the participation of over 400 young people from Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Kenya, and other countries actively participating through virtual platforms. In 2023, RAHi has preceded by 10 provincial Indabas held, drawing the participation of more than 1,000 adolescents and young people. This was as a result of the minister's directive during RAHi 2023 to accord as many young people and adolescents as possible, especially those in rural areas, to participate in the conversation. Emerging issues. During the course of the 3-day event, adolescents, young people, experts, and decision makers engaged in panel discussions and interactive sessions and provided feedback on presentations related on the theme. The discussion shed light on different sexual and reproductive health and HIV issues that impact adolescents and young people across the Eastern Southern African region. Some of the emerging issues include HIV and AIDS and sexually transmitted infections. Young people and adolescents aged between the ages of 15 and 24 account for 40% of all new HIV infections annually. Young people and adolescents also constitute a growing portion of the HIV positive population in Zambia. The inconsistent provision of youth-friendly services throughout the country, irregular availability of essential items like condoms in healthcare facilities is a factor driving the high HIV, AIDS, and STI prevalence among young people and adolescents. Young people and adolescents living with HIV/AIDS continue to face stigma and discrimination, impeding their access to healthcare and support, leading to delayed diagnosis and poorer health outcomes. The second issue is child marriage. Child marriage has severe repercussions on the well-being of adolescents and young people, particularly their health, education, and economic empowerment. This harmful practice contributes to an alarming increase in new HIV infections among young people in the country. Additionally, child marriage exposes young girls to early sexual activity as they are married at a young age and may engage in relationships before being physically and emotionally ready. This early sexual activity places them at a higher risk of contracting sexually transmitted infections, including HIV/AIDS. Limited access to comprehensive sexual education and reproductive health services further amplifies this risk. The third issue is poverty. As a cross-cutting issue, poverty contributes to increased HIV infections among adolescents and young people in Zambia and the region in various ways. Limited access to healthcare services due to financial barriers hinders HIV prevention, testing, and treatment. Lack of education and awareness about HIV/AIDS exacerbates the problem, leading to insufficient knowledge about transmission, prevention, testing, and increasing vulnerability to risky behaviors. Economic vulnerability pushes some young individuals to engage in unprotected or transactional sex for income, further raising the risk of HIV transmission. Poverty also restricts the availability of preventive resources like condoms, worsening the chances of HIV infection. Combining with other challenges such as limited education, unemployment, gender inequality, and substance abuse. Poverty amplifies the overall vulnerability to HIV among young people and adolescents. The third issue is climate change. The effects of climate change persistently affect the health of individuals, especially adolescent boys and girls in Zambia and across the region. However, it disproportionately places already marginalized and vulnerable adolescents, specifically those with special needs and disabilities, at a greater risk. It was pointed out that the main prevalent consequences of climate change are increased school dropouts and migration in pursuit of economic opportunities. Further, young people and adolescents participating at this year's RAHi have personally attested to the impact of climate change on their community's main economic activities, including farming and agriculture. Economic hardships stemming from these changes have compelled them to abandon their education and seek employment for livelihood purposes. The last but not the least issue is substance abuse and mental health. Poor mental health and substance abuse are significantly health challenges affecting young people and adolescents in Zambia and in the region. These issues directly impact the promotion of safe sexual behavior among young individuals. However, limited availability for written information, resources on mental health, hinders access to rehabilitation services and educational materials for substance abuse and mental health support. Another emerging concern is the influence of social media on mental health and substance abuse, contributing to an increase in new HIV infections among adolescents. Negative effects of social media, coupled with substance abuse, lead to risky sexual behavior and impaired decision making. Limited access to accurate HIV information and services, along with stigma related healthcare barriers, further worsen the situation. Thank you.
I greet you all and riding on the protocols that have already been observed to present the second part of this position paper. I'm Maunda Joseph, representing the adolescents and youths. So I'm going to read the call to action. Ladies and gentlemen, as participants of the RAHi and Africa Bright Future, we urge the government and civil society in this region to take the following actions. Scale up community interventions for adolescent health to ensure services and advocacy reach all levels. Engaging adolescents and young people at the community level not only reduces HIV and STI infections, but also ensures no one is left behind. We call for the establishment of more youth-friendly spaces nationwide, including a youth-friendly health system. We are enthusiastic about participating in the future Indabas at different levels as proposed by the Minister of Health. Reforms to age access is the second part. The Ministry of Health must develop guidelines that will aid easy access of HIV testing and counseling services so as to accommodate adolescents that may be having difficulties in accessing the services in the spirit of leaving no one behind. A third point, implementing existing social accountability mechanisms to track expenditure and ensure effective implementation of the Adolescent Health Strategic Plan 2022 to 2026. This will transform the strategy from a mere document to a ministry's shelves to a catalyst for improving the lives of adolescents and young people in Zambia.
Develop and support digital health innovations and platforms. Information and communication innovation offer a valuable opportunity for AYP to access health-related information and connect with sexual and reproductive health services when utilized responsibly. The government and its partners must collectively support innovations and initiatives led by adolescents and young people in communities, promoting meaningful youth engagement and leadership for better adolescent health outcomes. Prioritize the improvement of supply chains to prevent stockouts. This will ensure facilities are adequately stocked with essential commodities such as condoms and other HIV prevention tools, reducing the prevalence rate of HIV and AIDS and STIs among adolescents and young people. Increase domestic resource for prevention activities implemented by youth-led organizations through local authorities such as CDF and the private sector. This will help reduce STIs and HIV infections. Scale up the integration of mental health care promotion. I'll read that again. Scale up the integration of mental health care promotion. Prevention and treatment programs into existing initiatives in schools, communities, organizations, and healthcare system, particularly at the primary healthcare level. As ZYP and partners embark on the process of decentralizing these Indabas into the districts, universities and colleges must be accommodated as well. Ensure total involvement of the clergy, the traditional leadership in adolescent health programming to promote access to health information and services at community level. I end here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Our pledge. As young people from the Eastern and Southern African region, we acknowledge that the actions mentioned can only be realized if we, as adolescents, step up and actively engage in the design and implementation of adolescent health programs. We pledge the following as the primary beneficiaries of these initiatives. Number one, meaningful youth participation. Merely having a seat at the table is insufficient. As adolescents and young people, we pledge to participate meaningfully and respectively in shaping programs that address our needs. We recognize the significance of partnerships between youth and adults in achieving better outcomes for adolescent health and overall development. Secondly, accountability. As the majority population, today and in the future, we commit to holding our duty bearers accountable for their actions and commitments, including the implementation of the adolescent health strategy and constituency development funds, among others. We also pledge to hold ourselves accountable for our level of involvement in achieving the goals set for adolescent health and the HIV response. Thirdly, ambassadors of change. Throughout this gathering, stakeholders have highlighted numerous issues and gaps in the response to HIV and adolescent health. As young people, we are determined to be part of the solutions to these challenges faced by adolescent and young individuals. Therefore, we pledge to lead by example and serve as ambassadors of health in our communities and countries. The future we desire. This Indaba has demonstrated that young individuals can assume leadership roles, mobilize and provide valuable input and on crucial matters, particularly those that directly impact us. The future we desire is one where every adolescent and young person enjoys equal access to high quality, inclusive, and youth friendly HIV and sexual reproductive health services. We envision an environment that empowers adolescent and young people to achieve their maximum potential. In conclusion, we would like to express gratitude to the stakeholders who have contributed to the success of this event, including the Ministry of Health, PEPFAR, USAID, and many other stakeholders who have played significant roles. Special thanks go to the Zambian Youth Platform and the organizing committee for their unwavering dedication in ensuring the event's success. Together, let us take courageous steps to revolutionize adolescent health, enabling our young generation to flourish and construct a healthier future for the Zambia and Africa at large. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the colleagues that read the position paper. At this particular point, I will ask that all of us as young people who are in this room by age or by heart be upstanding. All the young people, please, let's be upstanding. So what we are going to do right now, young people, is we are going to make a pledge. Because if you read the position paper very well, it says that this is no longer just a document, but a strategy. So we will raise our right hand. We've done a pledge before. Are we raising our right hand? Are we raising our right hand? So you repeat after me. You repeat after me. I can't hear you. I pledge to support everything that has been presented in the position paper for the 2023 Regional Adolescent Health Indaba. So help us God. Thank you so much. You can be seated. So what we've done right now, colleagues, is we have pledged our allegiance towards this very important document and ensuring, guest of honor, that this document achieves the much needed results that we need. At this particular point in time, I will call upon the executive director from the Zambian Youth Platform, who is just going to give quick closing remarks before we officially conclude the event. A round of applause for the executive director.
Good afternoon. May I simply ride on the protocols already observed? Thank you so much, colleagues. And to all the stakeholders and partners that found time to come and join us today on a Saturday, we're greatly humbled. I don't know if I'll be breaking protocol, because I don't really understand protocol too much. I'm really itching to hear something from the people sitting up here, because young people have read something. I know we're not asking you to commit, maybe just the feeling, okay? Just the feeling or a few words from our guests up here. Some of you have been part of this event from day one. Others may have joined us today for the first time. So I'm humbly requesting if there are any of our guests that would have a few words to say in terms of feedback or just the feel for those of you that have been part of this event. And those that are joining us today, there is a position paper that has been presented. Maybe just a feel. Feedback is always good. And public feedback, I think, is best for me. Mr. Chikatula, thank you so much.
Colleagues, how are you feeling today? 3 days. Feeling good, eh? You've done something very important. I think I stand here to represent the Global Fund Country Coordinating Mechanism. Our chair, your chair, is Bishop Dr. Joshua H.K. Banda. I'm sitting in for him, but from the CCM, we were really humbled. You know, when we started out with the minister here, this Indaba is big. And you heard from the minister the support she pledged. She's been supporting you throughout, and now she has taken this to the level of the district. This recognition is very, very important, and it must be commended. And I was just talking to my chair and briefing him on these proceedings. And we just submitted the Global Fund grant cycle number 7 submission to Geneva. In there, colleagues, are interventions in the AYP module. We have Madam Mwemba here, who we've been working with in the dungeons to ensure that your sentiments, your interventions, your activities are included in that application for the next 3 years. The CCM and all its partners and stakeholders have been working for 3 months continuous. 3 months continuous. The last month, actually, we haven't even been seeing our families because we've been working weekends also, just to ensure that we bring over $350 million to Zambia to support us for HIV, TB, and malaria. On top of which, we are going to bring in also 32.3 million, actually 32,350,375 to prepare the country for pandemics. We've learned a lesson now from the C19 RMO, the COVID-19. So we are going to bring in 32.3 million to prepare us through the leadership of Zambia National Public Health Institute. As if that is not enough, your CCM is bringing in additional matching funds for PrEP, 3 million. Okay? For PrEP, 3 million. For finding missing TB cases, 4 million. And I'm talking dollars here. And for community strengthening, community system strengthening, community system at community level, we want to strengthen $5.4 million.
Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous.
Okay. So this is what we've been doing, colleagues, for the last 3 months. And now we have submitted, on the 30th, and the process of review has started in Geneva. The whole of June, our country team in Geneva, the Zambia team, will review. In July, the technical review panel will review. In about August or September, we'll go into grant making to finalize until about November, the Global Fund Board will approve so that money starts coming in January for the next 3 years. That is what we've been doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chikatula. And I can confirm that I've been part of the process as well. I just knows the figures. Okay, he doesn't miss. He point. So I'm hoping that at some point when we share the figures for adolescents and young people, money there, so those of us in here can also master the figures and say, how come we didn't receive the point something? So thank you so much, Mr. Chikatula. And also, I know it's not yet final, but I can also confirm that the team that was working on the AYP component did agree to include support towards the provincial adolescent health Indabas and this particular Indaba for the next 2 years, like from 2024 and 2025. We have a contribution from the Global Fund going towards supporting these events. I think we can appreciate that. So we're hoping that we protect it all the way. So thank you so much. If there is no other comment from the upstairs, we'll follow you over lunch so we can talk from your table. So in the meantime, may I just take this opportunity before I call upon my board chair, take this opportunity to just thank, first and foremost, the partners that have been moving with us from day one, that have supported this event. And some partners, it was really short notice, but they still came on board and were able to contribute to the success of this event. We're very, very grateful, and we're hoping to do better next time in terms of informing partners in good time, so we're able to make this even bigger and better. We did promise to make the 2023 bigger and better. This is an improvement. For those of us that were here last year, I'm sure you agree with me that we have improved a bit, so we're hoping to make it even greater next year. So we are moving towards greater heights. And together, I think we can do better. So after this event, there will be an evaluation form online. So we're hoping that you guys can give us honest feedback in terms of what you really think went well. I know that there's always a tendency for people to really focus on what did not go well. That is also good, but maybe let's turn that around and tell us what we can do differently or how we can do better next time. So that will be my appeal. So for the young people, everybody in here, especially those coming from, that traveled all the way from Botswana, from Zimbabwe, from Kenya, and where's my Ugandan counterpart? I can't see him. Yeah, so we are very grateful for coming all the way. Youth Advocates Zimbabwe, they've been a partner from day one. I think they've helped us coordinate other young people in other countries around the region to ensure that they're also fully participating in this process. There are other countries that we haven't seen in here physically, but I just want to also give feedback that we've had quite a good number of young people following online. Some of them had satellite events, especially also even within Zambia around the province. There are some provinces that organize for young people to sit together in one place and just follow the conversations. So that was very great. So in here, yes, we may have had these numbers, but if we add online, we had lots and lots of young people participating actively in this process. So we are very, very grateful. Of course, the challenge comes with the good news from the Honorable Minister of Health, who is also speaking the decentralization language for us to go to the 116 districts. I received a few questions on the same day from some partners asking whether we already have a plan for the 116 conversations. Of course, the plan is not there yet, but we know that one thing we know for sure is that young people are everywhere. In every district, we have a good number of young people. And we have learned as ZYP, and we know it's true that young people are willing, they're available, and they're always ready to undertake any task given to them. So I'm sure the high table will notice that, the dedication in terms of the position paper, but also among the next steps, just as discussed yesterday, that even though the Honorable Minister may not be here, we have still been able to deliver, and we are sure that the Honorable Minister will receive the document. But also in following up, there will be another engagement soon, probably in the next week or two, where we're meeting with the Minister herself also, to just go through and get feedback in terms of how they think what they think we should expect from this process. But also we realize that not everything lies with the Ministry of Health. So we recognize that, and we're hoping to come up with a full plan as we continue engaging Ministry of Health and identifying who are the other critical players on the ground that we have to work with for us to deliver for young people. I'm grateful also that we had other traditional leaders in the room that traveled all the way to come and join the conversation. We also had civic leaders, His Worship the Mayor of Mansa, who came all the way. It's a long way. Mr. Shkajwa was there recently, and the road keeps getting worse. So we are grateful for those leaders, and we recognize their role in the response. So we will not rest, but we'll continuously follow up with them. Finally, just to assure everyone, especially those of the guests as well as stakeholders and other partners, that the Indaba, this regional adolescent health Indaba, has proven to be not a talk shop. It's a conversation that comes up with solutions, and we're committed to following up on all the commitments made, either within here or outside this room. So we will follow up with the stakeholders. Mr. Chikatula has given a hint in terms of what we expect from the Global Fund. And we have had another conversation that there's an opportunity for us to present this position paper as well as additional information before the country coordinating mechanism at the coming CCM meeting. So we're grateful for that opportunity. With that said, I think let me pause here. I might not run out of talk time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ED. I think that was well said. The danger with always speaking after someone like Sivu is that you don't have anything to say. And I literally don't have anything to say other than to just say thank you once again on behalf of the young people, to you, the government, the Ministry of Health. We can clearly see the effort that you're putting in. And as you heard from the position paper, young people think that the seat at the table is no longer sufficient. They want to ensure that they influence the process. And to the partners as well for making this event a huge success, we would like to say thank you. And I think that it's only right that we end with a song. Do we have Kopala people in here? Bakopala? Okomudi? Isen kuntansh Bakopala. Bakopala guest of honor are the national headquarters of entertainment for Zambia. So you can always count on them to deliver on entertainment. So Kopala people, please come to the front and you lead us into a closing dance. Please, everyone, let's be upstanding so that we can enjoy the dance as we come to the end of our event. Thank you so much. Kopala people, please come to the front. Come to the front. DJ, just a minute, DJ. Also, a huge acknowledgement to all the ladies and gentlemen who are seated here in front, guest of honor. They were representing the various groups of young people. So thank you very much. And to the colleagues that read the position paper. Kopala people, are we ready? DJ? Do you have a request for it? Can we have the following people go outside? You are urgently needed. Maxwell Mumba, Wanda, you're needed outside. Tapiwa, you are needed outside. Please go right now. Christine, you're needed outside. Please go right now. Takavanya, this name sounds very strange. Please go outside. And Sivanda, please go outside. Thank you so much. DJ? For those who want pictures, there are QR codes on the walls. So please just scan the QR codes. Then you'll find the pictures in the QR codes. So there are QR codes on the wall. Scan the QR code and you will find your pictures.